Chapter 2160. Eternal Calendar, Mystic Moon. Brother Emperor? Yulia looked at the golden page in her hand with a puzzled expression. Why is there only a calendar but no specific year? Why is there a 7th day of the month? Brother Emperor? There were only so many words on the golden page. Yulia waited for a long time, but there was no new information. In other words, the amount of information was just a few short sentences. It wasn't much, but it vaguely pointed to the boss's identity. Yulia didn't know if it would be inappropriate for a newcomer like her to know the boss's background so quickly. It's not a question of whether it's appropriate or not, but Yulia sighed. She had already obtained this information. I have long known that there must be a lot of important and fatal secrets behind these treasures. If I want to live well, I should avoid these dangers. Yulia sighed again. Why can't I help it every time? She shook her head. She didn't know when Hua Ying would snatch it again. Carrot Hero's second attack obviously didn't kill her. She had already escaped. Thinking of this, Yulia quickly folded the golden page and planned to put it in the most private part of her body. But at this moment, an inexplicable message broke into her sea of consciousness from the golden page. This is... Senior sister, Yulia's expression froze. Can it be another world? Winter Kingdom, Ice Palace. A pale, white, cold light suddenly entered the palace. In this world of ice and snow, such a cold light was difficult to detect. At least, the people in the palace didn't notice at this time. Princess, what happened? At a post station with few people outside the palace walls, the bearded dwarf boss looked curiously at a girl beside him at this time. The girl was wearing a gray robe and covered most of her face with a hood. At this time, the girl looked thoughtfully in the direction of the palace. All the bearded dwarves looked at her at this time. The princess looked indifferent and said, Nothing. I just saw a figure come back in a mess. Shadow. What kind of figure could there be? The bearded dwarves immediately looked around. But other than the passers-by, there were only the knights of the kingdom standing guard outside the city gates. These cavalrymen were clearly here for the princess who had committed treason. Not only were they guarding everywhere, they were also searching everywhere. Your Highness, there are too many cavalrymen in and out of the city. Let's wait until nightfall and see if we can sneak into the city, the bearded dwarf's second brother suggested. If you can think of it, then the cavalry should be able to think of it as well. The girl shook her head and walked up to the bearded dwarf. Can you run fast? Me. When second brother heard this, he subconsciously said, Of course I'm fast. Among the 7 brothers, I'm the fastest. Then I'll have to trouble you. The girl nodded. The bearded dwarf couldn't help but stare blankly. While he was puzzled, he suddenly felt his body turn cold. A cold wind blew, but the robe he used to cover his body had been directly lifted by the girl at this time. Your Highness! The bearded second brother couldn't help but show a confused expression. Hurry up and run, the faster the better, the girl said calmly. The bearded dwarf subconsciously looked in the direction of his eldest brother, but saw that his eldest brother's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately shouted, Run! They saw you! Wah! The bearded dwarf finally realized what was going on. He saw that several fellows in the relay station who intended to enter the city were now looking at him. Someone had even taken out a wanted poster, as if comparing something. How could second brother not understand the princess's intentions now? But at this moment the bearded dwarf said excitedly, That's too despicable. So heartless. As expected of the princess, we swore loyalty to. You even betrayed your own people. Princess, you will definitely succeed. I'll run first. Wait for me to come back. The girl's lips parted slightly, but she finally fell silent. After saying that, the bearded dwarf directly picked up a large wooden stick and rushed to the entrance of the city gate and shouted loudly, immediately attracting the attention of the pedestrians on the road. The cavalrymen at the city gate also reacted, but the bearded dwarf, second brother, was still laughing and cursing at them. "Your Highness, let's go in now. Don't waste second brother's sacrifice." The bearded eldest brother said quickly, "Also, Your Highness, the next time you want to betray us, please be sure to tell us in advance so that we can be mentally prepared. The main reason is that we are afraid that our acting skills are not good enough. We will ruin your big plan." The girl's lips moved again, and she fell silent again. How should she put it? Putting aside the external image problem, this group of bearded dwarves seemed to be unexpectedly loyal. Enter the city. A few strands of cold light slowly descended. Finally, the cold light converged into a figure on the throne. As soon as she sat down, her face turned pale instantly. She didn't know if it was because of the fetal movement or because of the injury. She stroked her chest and pursed her lips. After a long time, the Queen of Chilly Winter sighed slowly. "I didn't expect that page to actually. What she didn't expect was that when she came with the Book of Gaia, she was defeated. In the end, although she escaped with the help of the Book of Gaia, she was still seriously injured by a carrot. As expected of a special page, it's really dangerous." The Queen of Chilly Winter sighed slowly. Although the world of the Crayon Kingdom was incomparably childish, it was one of the few places where she had never been able to seize a page. Moreover, although the Crayon Kingdom was a little childish, the guardian on the sacred mountain was extremely terrifying. In comparison, not to mention that she had never come into contact with the fairy of the sacred mountain in the Crayon Kingdom. Just the giant in the first level of the sacred mountain was at the top of the pyramid in the inner world of the Book of Gaia. Has it started to move? The Queen of Chilly Winter suddenly frowned. The Book of Gaia had the ability to lock on every page. At this time, under the lock of the Book of Gaia, the special page began to move toward the world of other pages. It could be said that the guy who pretended to be Yulia is moving. The Queen of Chilly Winter sneered, "It's fine if you stay in the Crayon Kingdom all the time. If you move, it will be a great help. Now I don't have to worry." With that said, a cold wind suddenly rolled up from the throne. The cold wind gathered under the throne as if something was slowly appearing. When the wind and snow dissipated, what appeared in the hall was a huge mirror. In the mirror, there was an image of a blue bird. This was the magic mirror of the traitor princess, and now it was in the hands of the Queen of Chilly Winter. She looked at the demon blue bird that appeared in the magic mirror and was thinking about something. How could she, who had many pages, not know that there were a few characters that would inevitably appear in each page world? "Blue bird, I found it," the Queen of Chilly Winter said to herself at this time. "But the giant, the toad, and the Qingtian doll have not appeared yet. Sure enough, it's still because I haven't entered the timeline of this story. Do I really have to wait for this child to be born and for her to grow up? It's too long. This time, I don't have the patience." The Queen of Chilly Winter stroked her abdomen, and her eyes gradually became sharp. So the Queen of Chilly Winter slowly said, "Mirror, mirror, who is the most beautiful person in this world?" The demon spirit in the mirror suddenly became lively at this time and quickly said, "Dear Queen, the most beautiful person in this world is your child who is about to be born. The princess as pure as snow. The world will sing her as Snow White." The Queen of Chilly Winter said indifferently, "What if I don't like her name?" The demon spirit said calmly, "The world will still sing her as Snow White. The name is just a symbol." "Pure?" The Queen of Chilly Winter suddenly sneered, "No, I will cultivate her into the evilest girl in the world." The demon spirit was silent, then hid in the mirror and never appeared again. The Queen of Chilly Winter didn't care. She only cared about the core page of this page world. As long as she followed the story of the page to the best, the page would appear. But there was another way. That was to destroy the plot. Completely destroying the original storyline of the page story would also make the page appear. Moreover, destroying the plot would be more efficient. In the Book of Gaia in her hand, Many pages were collected by destroying the plot. I need to prepare. Snow and ice appeared in the chilly winter palace again. The gray snow had been falling continuously for a week. The world outside had been completely covered by the gray snow. At least, the ruined city that they were hiding in was like that. Fortunately, Mr. Z's food reserves were very sufficient. The main reason was that Mr. Taramaru could often hunt some small animals back, even though they didn't look good. Remia had already stayed in this sewer pipe with these strange travelers for a long time. She was familiar with most of the things that she should be familiar with, and she had also told them many stories that she should tell. If the snow doesn't stop, will we freeze to death here? Remia couldn't help but ask worriedly. Since yesterday, Mr. Z had started to control the timing of the fire. It was probably because there was no more wood to be found nearby. Mr. Z still looked so calm. In his free time, he was reading a book. Remia was curious about what book he was reading. Once, she took it to take a look and found that it was a storybook. He used to turn the storybook over and over again. I'm also thinking about this problem. Mr. D thought for a moment and said, Cats and I have encountered 2 consecutive months of snow, but that was because it was winter. Is it going to be winter soon? Remia asked in surprise. Mr. Z shook his head and said, It's been less than half a year since the last winter. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. We didn't go to a cold place, so logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. This snow is a little strange. But don't worry, we still have enough food. Tomorrow, I'll go out to a farther place to find some useful supplies. If we can find fuel, we'll be more comfortable. When I went out yesterday, I found a heater. If I fix it, it should still be usable. Remia thought for a while and said, I'll go with you. Although it's safe here, it's always stuffy here. I feel like I'm going to rust. Mr. He nodded and then said, Remia, come sit closer to me. It's too cold over there. Don't freeze yourself. Remia opened her mouth. She was indeed sitting a little far away. Although there was a fire, the chill on her back was still very strong. Then I'll come over. The girl nodded lightly and slowly moved to Mr. Z's side. Much better. Just now it was a little cold. As she spoke, the young girl even sneezed and shivered. At this moment, something landed on the girl's body and she was pulled into an embrace. Remia's mind went blank. Her ears were pressed against Mr. Z's chest. Mr. Z, Mr. Z, I read in books that humans hug each other to keep warm. Mr. S.'s gentle voice sounded in her ear. Your body temperature is a little low. This is better. Will it be uncomfortable? No. Remia said, subconsciously. She heard the crackling sound of burning wood, which was especially loud in this pipe. She also heard the sound of a heartbeat, her own heartbeat, which was equally loud and clear. In a daze, Remia felt that her body had unknowingly started to warm up. That comfortable and safe feeling made her feel lazy, and very soon she felt sleepy. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of her heartbeat gradually calmed down. Remia slowly closed her eyes. She felt like she couldn't hear Mr. Z's heartbeat. When they returned to the orphanage's dormitory, Sister Celia realized that there were barely any nurses in the dormitory. Instead, there were many strong flashlights in the garden. It seemed that the nurses had been sent out to search for the missing siblings. There was a benefit to this. She didn't have to explain Madanzo's situation to others. However, Madanzo was only 11 or 12 years old. Even if she was discovered, she could temporarily say that she was a child of the orphanage to cover it up. Although she should be discovered soon. What are you doing? Looking for clues. Looking at the mysterious boy holding a magnifying glass and squatting on the ground. Sister Celia couldn't help but sigh. It would be strange if he could find clues like this. Something's wrong, Metatro suddenly said. Sister Celia was stunned. Just as she was about to speak, Madanzo had already stood up. She grabbed Sister Celia's wrist and pulled her to the bottom of the stairs. Madanzo even covered Celia's mouth. Then she looked up. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Someone seemed to be walking down the stairs and talking. Sister Celia recognized the voice. She whispered in Madanzo's ear, Director. Chapter 2161. At night, the lights in the corridor were switched on at intervals, so it was a little dim. The sound of leather shoes hitting the wooden banister came from the wooden stairs. She stopped halfway. It was the director of the orphanage. She seemed to be talking to someone. She was on the phone. Sister Selin held her breath and squeezed together with Madanzo, listening carefully. She was very nervous, but she looked at Madanzo with excitement. Okay, I got it. I will find the 2 children as soon as possible. Don't worry, I will not delay the time of the delivery. I know the consequences. The voice of the headmistress was a typical old and bitter type. Celine had been working in this orphanage for a few weeks, and the headmistress had seen her several times. However, she did not dare to approach her several times. The voice gradually faded away. The director did not go down the stairs. Instead, she suddenly turned back and walked up the stairs. She left. Madanzo released her hand that was covering Selin's mouth. Selin's chest rose and fell a few times before she gradually exhaled. She said with lingering fear, Director, you didn't notice, right? Let's not stay here first, Madanzo suddenly asked. Do you know which floor the siblings are staying on? Follow me, Sister Selin said quickly. The orphanage's dormitory building was very tall and big. It took them some time to reach the door of the back stairs of the destination floor. There are no guards patrolling outside, but there are 4 surveillance cameras in the corridor. Selin stuck her head out to take a look. Then she turned back and said, Are we going to go in like this? Let me think about it. Madanzo sat on the ground and took a puff from the pipe from time to time. There was really smoke coming out. Selin did not dare to disturb her, but she kept recalling what the director said when she eavesdropped. She could not help but hesitate. Who do you think the director is talking to? And what does delivery mean? Did I hear wrongly? If you misheard, then I misheard as well. Madanzo casually replied. Celine opened her mouth and suddenly felt a chill. She subconsciously rubbed her arms. Come, grab my ear, Madanzo suddenly said. Ouch, 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 I know I was wrong. How many times have I told you not to be naughty? But you still played pranks. Look, what's the matter? In the monitoring room in the courtyard, 2 expressionless women were motionlessly observing the huge split screen in front of them. Nothing special. Yeah, maybe I'm being too sensitive. Let's look at the other places. We still haven't found the siblings. The principal is going to flip out. At this moment, the door to the control room opened and a person walked in. The 2 women who were watching the monitor turned around and their expressions changed slightly. They quickly stood up and said respectfully, Director! The principal didn't say anything. Her eyes quickly scanned the various cameras on the huge screen. Her gaze quickly locked onto a corridor. In the corridor, the young caretaker of the orphanage, Miss Celine, was pulling a child's ear and scolding him as she walked. This immediately attracted the attention of the curious children in the room. They tried to open the door and poke their heads out to peek, but they were quickly scolded back by the fierce Miss Celine. Go back to your room and reflect on your actions. Miss Celine came to a door, grabbed the child, and walked in. She then closed the door behind her. The children were in an 8-person dormitory with 4 bunk beds. When Miss Celine grabbed Madanzo's ear and walked in, the children in the room all looked at this scene in surprise. After closing the door, the newcomer Miss Celine immediately let go of the child who was grabbed by the ear. She seemed to be a little scared. This may be the most glorious moment of your life, Madanzo said with a faint smile. Even he didn't pull my ear. She didn't know who he was and only thought of him as a very important person. Miss Celine awkwardly wiped her palms on her clothes and immediately looked at the children in the room. The caretaker in the orphanage had a strong deterrent effect on the children. The children were a little scared and didn't know what to do. Miss Celine, what's the matter? A child who seemed to be the oldest among the children plucked up his courage and asked, Who is he? He doesn't seem to be from our room. Miss Celine and Madanzo looked at each other and calmed down. Miss Celine said, He's with me. We'll talk about him later. I'm here to ask you something. About Lilia and her brother. The oldest child's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to look into Miss Celine's eyes. Didn't you come to ask a few times before? A few times? Miss Celine was stunned and subconsciously looked at Madanzo. Madanzo shrugged and said, We can think of it, but it doesn't mean that others can't think of it. I didn't think of it. Yes. The oldest child nodded. They came a few times and asked if Lilia came back. We would say that she hasn't come back yet and leave. Miss Celine nodded. Madanzo suddenly came closer and squinted at the oldest child. What did you say just now? You would say that? It sounds like you've discussed it beforehand. Did you know that someone would come to ask a few times? Ah. The oldest child panicked and quickly shook his head. No. Is there really nothing? Metatro leaned in closer. The oldest child didn't know why, but he seemed to be frightened. He sat on the ground and trembled. He looked very scared. Miss Celine couldn't stand it, but didn't say anything. She also felt that the child seemed to be hiding something. I don't know anything. We don't know anything. Madanzo frowned and suddenly looked out of the window. Outside the window, something was knocking lightly. Hearing the knocking sound, the children in the room suddenly panicked. Miss Celine didn't say anything and walked directly to the window. However, the children in the room rushed to the window and blocked her. The oldest child even shouted, Run! Seeing this, Madanzo went to the side and opened the window when no one was paying attention. A panicked child's face popped out of the window. There was a child who was lying on the edge of the wall. When the window was suddenly opened, the child was shocked and couldn't stand still. It seemed that he was going to fall off the building. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, Sister Celine rushed out and grabbed the child's leg without hesitation. However, half of the nun's body was stuck in the window. Fortunately, she did not fall down. Hurry up and help me! Celine shouted. Metatro blinked and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He helped and dragged the people back, including the child who was climbing the wall. This child wasn't Lilia, nor was he Lilia's brother. Say it! What's going on? Miss Celine looked sternly at the children who were standing in a row with their heads lowered, including the child who climbed the wall. When the child was rescued, he was still carrying a small basket in his hand. Miss Celine was very experienced in dealing with such situations. Seeing that the children didn't speak, she said directly, children who lie and break the rules will be locked up and starved according to the rules of the school. It's okay if you don't say it. You can be punished together. Besides, I'll take you to see the principal later. We have to tell him about this. Don't take us to see the principal. The children's faces turned pale instantly. Then they pushed the responsibility to each other as if they wanted to find someone who would take the initiative to tell the principal. In the end, the oldest child took all the responsibility and was elected by the others. This child also looked like he had nothing to lose. Okay, I'll say it. He went to send food to Lilia and the others. Outside the window, there was a rope made of clothes and bed sheets that reached the ground. Following this rope, the children, Miss Celine and Madanzo, slid down one by one. Miss Celine took a look. There were no surveillance cameras installed on the outer wall. She probably didn't expect these children to be so daring. Miss Celine, are you really not going to tell the principal? Take me to Lilia and the others, and I'll help you hide this matter. Miss Celine said impatiently, Do you know that this is very dangerous? What if you get hurt? Also, it's too dark outside. Lilia and the others are hiding outside. What if an accident happens? Okay. The children had no choice but to nod. As they spoke, the child who climbed the wall led the way in front He brought them to a small path in the park. However, the child's walking rhythm was a little strange. He walked and stopped. After a few steps, he would stop and walk in a very roundabout way. Miss Celine couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter with you?" The child who led the way was about to speak, but Madanzo suddenly said, "You're trying to avoid the surveillance cameras here, right?" "How do you know?" The child who led the way looked at Madanzo in surprise. He didn't remember when this child was in the compound. Madanzo said, "Compared to this, I'm more curious about how you found the pattern of the surveillance camera's blind spots." The child who led the way shook his head and said, "My brother told me." Miss Celine and Madanzo looked at each other. Miss Celine was puzzled and asked, "Brother?" "Little Ya's brother." The child who led the way said, "Brother is the smartest. He always gets first place in every exam. Even the oldest in the compound can't compare to him." Miss Celine frowned and subconsciously said, "Speaking of which, what's the name of Little Ya's brother?" "Brother is brother." The child who led the way said matter-of-factly. Then he said, "Are you still going?" "Brother said that when we walk this path, we can't stop for too long. Otherwise, we'll make a mistake." Miss Celine could only be puzzled. She continued to move forward with Madanzo and the children. "You don't know the child's name?" Madanzo suddenly asked in a low voice. I can't remember." Miss Celine shook her head. "Logically speaking, if he always gets first place in every exam, it's impossible for me to not remember him." Madanzo said, "So there's actually no such brother?" "No." Miss Celine shook her head. "There is such a child. There is indeed a child. His grades are the best, and he can do everything in sports. But the strange thing is, I really don't know his name. He exists, I know, but I don't know his name." Madanzo bit the pipe and muttered, "Concept? Interesting. Seems like we're getting close to the center of this world. We're here. It's right in front." The child who led the way suddenly pointed to the front. In front of them was a theater. They're actually hiding in the theater? Miss Celine was surprised. Shouldn't this place have been searched? The child who led the way said proudly, "The floor of the stage can be pried open. Adults can't squeeze in, but we can." Miss Celine shook her head. Just as she was about to speak, a few children suddenly rushed onto the stage and hid behind the curtains. "You guys?" Miss Celine quickly followed them. Just as she was about to pull the curtains, she felt that she stepped on something. It was a rope, or rather, it was a rope made of a rope. The rope instantly tightened and wrapped around Miss Celine's ankle. At the same time, she lost her center of gravity. The rope was pulled up and she was pulled to the top of the stage. She was hung upside down. The dress did not have anti-gravity. It flipped down and almost covered her face. "It's blue!" Backstage, the laughter of the children could be heard. Miss Celine was embarrassed and angry. She quickly pressed down on the dress and said angrily, "What are you doing? Let me go. Madanzo, come and help me." "Madanzo?" In her panic, Madanzo was no longer in Miss Celine's sight. At the same time, the curtains of the stage suddenly fell down. In an instant, the falling curtains covered the children who were hiding inside, making them look awkward. Miss Celine opened her mouth, but saw that Madanzo was already standing at the edge of the stage with a rope in his hand. "I love to bully naughty children." Madanzo chuckled and walked to the back of the stage. "Hey, put me down!" Miss Celine shouted from behind. A ray of light suddenly shot out, and the rope that was hanging her broke. Miss Celine fell on the stage. At this moment, a pure white feather slowly floated down and finally landed on her head. There were many traps along the way, but Madanzo avoided them easily. In his opinion, these were all very simple traps. However, considering that these were all set up with local materials, it was surprising that he could achieve this level. He walked into a room on the stage where there were many dolls. The traps along the way are not bad, but this level is not enough. Madanzo walked among the dolls casually. "Do you want to continue the game of hide and seek?" I don't mind. After all, it's rare for me to move around. Just as he finished speaking, more than a dozen dolls fell from above Medanzo's head. He shook his head and dodged them all with gentle movements, almost without looking at them. However, at the moment when he dodged, a sharp object silently reached his throat in the dark. Medanzo's eyes focused, and his body strangely stopped at this time. If he didn't stop, his throat would hit the sharp object directly. Everything seemed to have been planned out. Even the route of escape, was it also planned out? So, those prank-like traps in the beginning were all for the final trap. Medanzo slowly raised his hands and looked at the small figure in the dark. You are that brother. The small figure holding the sharp object in the dark remained motionless. Medanzo frowned. He suddenly reached out with his fingers and pinched the sharp object. Then he pulled it gently. What he pulled out was only a doll. You can actually calculate to this extent. Medanzo shook his head. He felt that he had underestimated the other party. He casually threw away the sharp object in his hand, but found that he couldn't throw it away. There was actually a layer of glue on the object. While Metatro was still in shock, one of the fallen mannequins suddenly got up and hit the back of Metatro's head. Chapter 2162. It was the puppet's arm that was knocked off. The puppet's arm was made of wood, so it was obviously very lethal when it hit the skull, directly. However, when the puppet's arm hit the back of Medanzo's head, it did not knock him down. He even stood still and took the hit. An ordinary person would probably fall down right away, right? Metatro slowly turned around and looked at the dummy in front of him. The dummy seemed to be in a daze due to shock. The person should be hiding in the dummy, but the puppet did not stay in a daze for long. The moment Medanzo turned around, it quickly pulled something. In an instant, something poured down from the top of the house again. It was a big pile of dust like a waterfall. This is... Medanzo could not help but be startled. She seemed to have thought of what the puppet was going to do, so she frowned and said, Wait, don't be rash, I'll surrender at most. Listen, I know what you want to do, but the one who will get hurt is you. There's no need to fight like this, I mean no harm. The marionette didn't stop and quickly took out a round can. There was even a small gun nozzle tied to the mouth of the can. You'll let everyone know that you're hiding here. I said I surrender, okay? As she said, Medanzo quickly raised her hands. One of her hands was still stuck with the sharp object from before. It was a sharpened wooden thorn. The puppet stared at Medanzo motionlessly, but it did not intend to put down the simple device in its hand. Medanzo directly sighed and sat on the ground. She put her hands together and even closed her eyes. You can do whatever you want of me, okay? I said, I mean no harm. The puppet still did not let down its guard, but at this time it said in a low voice, I haven't seen you in the park. The voice was a little childish. It was the voice of a boy whose vocal cords had not begun to develop. Medanzo said calmly, There are so many children in the park. It's not strange that you haven't seen me. Besides, there's nothing special about me that's worth remembering. I know everyone in the park. Medanzo opened her eyes at this time and chuckled. I also recognize you. You are brother, right? He was the most outstanding one among all the children. At your age, it's rare for you to be so meticulous. In fact, it's a little scary. Listen to my advice. Things like explosions are for adults to play with. It's better for children to play with sand happily. The dust floating in the air started to settle. At this time, Doll's finger was pressed on the ignition point of the simple device. When the dust content was lower, it was basically useless. You are someone from outside the park. In the end, the mannequin slowly put down the device. All right, Medanzo shrugged. I don't doubt your memory, so you're right. I don't belong to this place. How did you get in? The doll asked quickly. Medanzo smiled and said, You want to find a way out of the park through me, right? The mannequin was silent. You want to escape from this park with your sister, right? Medanzo asked further. The mannequin said in a low voice, Why do you want to escape? Madanzo couldn't help but scratch her head as if she was helpless. What a troublesome kid. I really don't like precocious brats. Why do you want to escape? The mannequin asked again. Madanzo sighed and said, If you just don't want to be separated from your sister, you wouldn't have to hide in this place and even set up so many traps. These traps can really kill a person. So, don't you think this action is a little too much? Then, I can only do this. Maybe you are a cold-blooded person. But considering that you are still young, no matter how cold-blooded you are, you wouldn't be indifferent to killing people, right? Although you were decisive and even a little cruel. I still want to believe that all the good in the world belongs to children. So, what are you guarding against? Against a terrifying enemy? The mannequin was silent once again, but this time in the silence the doll slowly took off the hood. Hidden inside the doll was a child with black hair and black eyes who was no more than 11 or 12 years old. Madanzo blew the fringe in front of her forehead and chuckled. You look quite cute. You don't look like a child, the mannequin said suddenly. Madanzo asked curiously, Then what do I look like? The mannequin thought for a moment and said seriously, You should be the kind of person who is dozens of years old but suffers from dwarfism or is born short and will never grow tall. Madanzo opened her mouth and smiled bitterly. If I didn't say that I will surrender, I would really like to beat up brats. At this moment, Sister Celine finally arrived at the room after stumbling all the way. She looked quite miserable. Her clothes were torn in many places, her body was dirty, and her hair was wet. She looked like a drowned rat. Obviously, the simple trap that Madanzo mentioned was not easy for this nun. So, you are here. I finally found you. Sister Celine, who barged into the room, held her knees and gasped for breath. This place is too dangerous. What are you doing? Madanzo shrugged and was about to stand up, but she realized that her pants were stuck to the floor. She looked at the mannequin in surprise. You even put glue on the floor? The mannequin was silent for a moment and said hesitantly, I didn't expect you to sit down. A normal person wouldn't sit down. Madanzo, I'm not a human. Madanzo walked out from the wall that was temporarily put together by the mannequins. He had changed into a new detective plaid windbreaker, and he still had a pipe in his mouth. Sister Celine tried to hold back her laughter. She looked like she was trying to hold back her laughter. Madanzo was too lazy to respond. He looked at the mannequin that the children were talking about. He seemed to be thinking about something. However, Sister Celine frowned and said, Why are you hiding in this place? All the caretakers in the park are looking for you. Everyone is worried about you. The mannequin shook his head. We can't go back. Sister Celine said, Is it because Lilia is going to be adopted? I understand that you don't want to be separated, but you don't have to use this method. It's too dangerous. It's more dangerous to stay, the mannequin said suddenly. Sister Celine looked at Madanzo in confusion, but Madanzo suddenly said, Sell the goods. The mannequin's expression slightly changed, and his eyes became sharp. Madanzo waved his hand and said, Don't be nervous. Don't tell me that you have other traps. I'm a little scared. I eavesdropped on what you said just now. Of course, maybe you can tell me what sell the goods means, the real reason why you are willing to do this. The mannequin was silent for a moment, and then he shook his head and said, I don't trust you. Madanzo pointed at himself and chuckled. You should trust me. Only then can I help you. Only by trusting me can I become your hope and strength. Just as Sister Celine was about to say something, she heard a flurry of footsteps coming from outside. The children who were covered by the curtains of the stage had caught up with them. Lilia, perhaps it's okay to tell them. The oldest child quickly said. Just now, a Wong fell from the window, but Miss Celine rushed out to save him without thinking. She almost fell down. She's really a good person. Yes, it's true, Xiaoye, brother. The child who led the way, Ah Wong nodded. I almost fell off the building. The mannequin was silent. After a while, he walked to the side and leaned against the wall. Seeing this, Ah Wong, who was leading the way, heaved a sigh of relief. He walked up to Sister Celine and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Celine. I used a trap to tie you up. I didn't see anything. This child has grown up." Sister Celine smiled bitterly, but she couldn't get angry. She gently rubbed Ah Wang's head and said, "Okay, I forgive you and all of you. Now, tell me what's going on with all of you, right?" Ah Wang and the other children looked at each other. Then Ah Wang lowered his voice and said, "We think that the children we adopted from the park are not really adopted." "What do you think?" Sister Celine frowned. "What's the matter?" Ah Wang looked at the mannequin and then slowly pulled up his sleeve. There was a black number printed on the inner side of Ah Wang's arm. The other children also pulled up their sleeves. Sister Celine noticed that these children all had the same number on their clothes. She grabbed their arms and looked at them carefully. "Why is there a number?" "I didn't notice it." Ah Wang said, "Miss Celine, you have only been here for 2 to 3 weeks. There are many things that you don't know. If you stay here for a long time, you will slowly learn about them. Then, you will become like the other nurses." Sister Celine had a dubious look on her face. Ah Wang quickly glanced at the older kid and nodded with his chin. The older kid understood and quickly ran to a corner. He lifted a wooden board and took something out from under it. It seemed to be a radio. Little Ye's mannequin made this secretly. Ah Wang skillfully turned on the radio and adjusted the channel. "You'll receive some messages that you won't know in the park." Sister Celine looked at Little Ye's mannequin in surprise. This child seems to be only 11 or 12 years old. The sound was not clear, and there was even a lot of static. However, it was not difficult to hear what the announcer was saying. Sister Celine felt as if she was listening to a ghost story. Something like a large part of the human territory had fallen. Something like overthrowing the rule of the evil spirits. Something like calling for the people in the occupied areas to fight for freedom, to rush out of the occupied areas and go to the last pure land of mankind. Something like the evil spirits would not only eat humans, but also cultivate human newborns into biological weapons on the battlefield. The channel that Ah Wang had switched on was almost constantly repeating the same message. She wanted to listen more carefully, but Madanzo had pressed the stop button and suddenly asked, "How do you know that the content on the radio is not fake?" Ah Wang asked in confusion. "Little Ye's mannequin said that you are from outside the park. Don't you know that?" Madanzo replied coolly, "I am not from the park, but I am also not from outside the park." Ah Wang and the other children revealed looks of confusion. Little Ye's mannequin knitted his brows but did not say anything. The oldest child said, "Actually, there are many things that are very strange. For example, there are so many surveillance systems in the park. For example, there are frequent physical examinations. We don't know what a normal orphanage is like. However, we feel that it is strange to have a comprehensive physical examination every half a month." Madanzo turned to look at Sister Celine. The nun shook her head and said, "A few days ago there was indeed a physical examination, but I didn't know that it was so frequent. I thought it was just a coincidence." Madanzo shook her head again and said, "Although it is strange, it is not enough to prove anything. They did not teach us anything about human history," Little Ye's mannequin suddenly said. "They only teach us general knowledge. They don't teach us about countries, provinces, regional knowledge." Madanzo blinked. "If they only teach us general knowledge, how did you learn those strange knowledge?" From the library, Little Ye's mannequin said straightforwardly, "There are many books about scientific production. However, there are no names on them. They are simply stored as knowledge. I could not find any information about human history." "Is that so?" Madanzo held the pipe in his mouth and puffed out some smoke from time to time. The children had never seen this thing before. They stared at him curiously. Suddenly, Madanzo knitted his brows. "It seems that someone is hiding. I can hear a nervous heartbeat. It is in this direction." He pointed with the pipe in the direction of Little Ye's mannequin. Little Ye's mannequin frowned. He seemed to be doubting whether a human's hearing could really hear a heartbeat. After a moment of silence, he suddenly reached out his hand and knocked on the wall rhythmically. He said softly, "Lilia, come out. It should be safe for now." Finally, Sister Celine saw the little girl who had been missing for so long. The little girl was hugging a toad doll tightly. She was about 8 or 9 years old. Her body was slimmer than her peers. However, her hair was very long and her complexion was pale. After the little girl came out, she stuck close to her mannequin. Her small hand gently pulled on her mannequin's sleeve. Her mannequin looked at Madanzo. "The exchange of information is over. It is your turn the way out." Madanzo squinted his eyes and smiled. "I flew in. You can fly out." Little Guy. Chapter 2163. First of all, Sister Celine was willing to believe in her child. Secondly, this orphanage was very unusual. But to jump from a seemingly peaceful orphanage to a situation where the world was plunged into a huge crisis in an instant, Miss Nunn found it really hard to adapt. One had to know that she had just jumped into this strange world from the Freedom City not long ago. "You don't have to be afraid. At least I won't hurt you." Celine was good at taking care of the children's emotions. The only one who needed to be comforted was the youngest Lilia. Even if her big brother was by her side, she would still feel uneasy, right? At this moment, Madanzo said again, "Wait, there's another sound." "I heard it too." Sister Celine was startled. "It sounds like a bell." Lilia, big brother, said, "Someone is approaching here. This is the bell of the warning device that I set up, and there should be more than one." Sister Celine said instinctively, "Warning device? But why didn't it trigger when we came here?" Lilia, big brother, said calmly, "You followed along here. As long as you follow the route that I gave you, you won't trigger it. They should be here soon." Sister Celine didn't know what to say. Lilia, big brother, didn't look older than the other children, but he had the calmness of an adult. "Lilia, big brother, what should we do now? Can't we escape?" Awang asked anxiously. Lilia, big brother, said calmly, "We can only move to the next place. There should be enough time. But considering the coincidence of their arrival, I suspect that your operation has been discovered. They followed you here. This." Sister Celine seemed to want to explain something. "I agree with this point." Madanzo nodded. "The people outside most likely discovered our whereabouts and followed us here. So what do you plan to do?" Lilia, big brother, said expressionlessly, "If it's necessary, I can only take action." "If it's necessary, is there any other way?" Madanzo's expression changed slightly. She smiled and said, "I hope it's not necessary. Of course, there might be a better way." "What idea do you have?" Xiao Ye's brother asked directly. "That will depend on her." Madanzo looked at Sister Celine. "Me." She pointed at herself in shock. There were at least 7 figures when they entered the door. One of them was the director of the orphanage, an elderly woman who gave off a rather mean vibe. "Let's split up and search. They might be hiding in some corner." Everyone nodded and was about to disperse. But at that moment, Sister Celine walked out from the back of the stage and stood in front of it. "Director?" When she saw the principal and the nurses, Sister Celine asked in shock, Why are you all here?" "Oh, it's Miss Celine. We've been looking for the 2 missing children in the park. It seems that we heard some commotion coming from here, so we came to take a look." "I see." Sister Celine nodded. Then she shook her head and said, "But I've searched everywhere, but I still can't find them." The director said indifferently, "Maybe you didn't look carefully. Besides, the 2 children are small. It's hard to find them, even if they hide. Since we have to look for them anyway, it's not a big deal to look for them one more time." Sister Celine nodded. "Actually, that's what I thought too. When I came here, I found some food scraps. The 2 children might be hiding somewhere. It's hard for me to find them. Otherwise, they might have left earlier. So, I wanted to get some people to come here and take a closer look." "Director, it's great that you can come here." The director looked at Sister Celine in surprise. Then, she nodded to the nurses beside her. The nurses split into two groups and went deep into the theater. Sister Celia walked down from the stage and came to the principal's side. Those two children are too stubborn. I don't know if they will encounter any danger. The director said indifferently, if there's an accident, it will cause a big commotion. We can even find them faster. There's no commotion now. It seems that they're safe. Sister Celine started chatting with the director. After a while, the nurses who went to search came back one by one. They didn't bring back any useful information. However, they found some food scraps and brought them back. Maybe Miss Celine is right. They've moved away long ago. The director muttered, they shouldn't have gone far. Maybe they're nearby. Let's look around. Director, I'll go too, Sister Celine said quickly. The director didn't say anything. He simply nodded and soon left the theater with everyone, including Celia, a new employee who hadn't been employed for a long time. There was no commotion in front of the stage for a long time. At this moment, a piece of floor in the middle of the stage slowly opened and moved. Then Madanzo stuck her head out. After looking around, she climbed out agilely. Okay, you guys come out too. They won't come here for a while. The children started to climb out from the mezzanine of the stage. Great, we fooled the director. I was scared to death. I thought the director was going to find us. I didn't even dare to breathe hard. Thank you, Madanzo. It's nothing. Madanzo smiled casually. It's easy for people to overlook the things in front of them. It's not always better to be hidden. Sometimes the more obvious things are, the easier it is for people to miss them. The children didn't quite understand. Madanzo didn't expect them to understand it immediately. Only Xiao Ye's brother said thoughtfully, the composition of lies is truth and falsehood. Lies with truth are often more likely to confuse people. Wait, don't learn it. Madanzo suddenly screamed, you can learn anything, but don't learn to deceive people. Xiao Ye's brother ignored her. He just bent down and put his hand into the mezzanine, trying to pull out Xiao Ye, who was hiding in the innermost part. But Xiao Ye didn't respond in the mezzanine. Xiao Ye's brother couldn't help but frown. Then he seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed slightly, and he jumped into the mezzanine again. Madanzo felt a little strange. Then she climbed into the mezzanine again. Before she went down, she turned around and told Awang and the other children, you guys go and see if the director and the others will come back. Oh, okay. The mezzanine was only 1/3 of the size of the stage. But for the small children, the space was undoubtedly quite spacious. The existence of the mezzanine was probably designed to increase the effect of the stage. When Madanzo walked into the mezzanine again, she saw Xiao Ye's brother squatting aside silently, holding a light stick in his hand. Xiao Ye was lying on the ground, writing or painting something on the deck with chalk. Madanzo went forward and saw Xiao Ye's brother make a gesture of silence. Madanzo nodded, but he looked at what Xiao Ye was painting on the ground in confusion. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes, because he found that even with his knowledge, he couldn't understand it immediately. It seemed to be something like a formula and some kind of drawing, but the drawing was obviously not complete. It was probably just a small part. At this time, Xiao Ye's brother was staring at it attentively. His lips would tremble from time to time, as if he was reciting it. Another strange thing was that Xiao Ye's state was not normal. Xiao Ye seemed to not know what she was doing. After a while, Xiao Ye suddenly stopped. Her little hand loosened, and the chalk fell to the ground. She closed her eyes and was about to fall down. Xiao Ye's brother immediately supported her. After putting her down, he quickly used his sleeves to wipe away the things on the ground. Metatro blinked and asked coldly, "You've memorized it all?" "Yes." Xiao Ye's brother nodded. Then he frowned and looked at Madanzo with a sharp gaze. Madanzo blinked and then said seriously, "You know, generally speaking, in such a situation, it's easy to get some information from others. This is called catching them off guard. Are you a loser? Xiao Ye's brother was silent for a moment. He thought for a while and said, Okay, I remember it. Thank you. Madame Zhou said again, Xiao Ye, she should have done this more than once, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so calm. You even memorized what she wrote. What do you want to ask? Xiao Ye's brother was more direct. What did she write down? Madame Zhou didn't beat around the bush. Xiao Ye's brother thought for a while and said, I don't know. I don't even know why Xiao Ye wrote these things. Since she was very young, she would occasionally do this. In the beginning, I didn't pay attention to it, until one time I found some of the things she wrote down. I could understand a part of the formula, so I memorized it. Later on, the more she wrote, the more I memorized. Some of them can be used, some. I can't do it for the time being. At least, in my environment, I don't have the conditions to do it. Madame Zhou frowned and said, Then does Xiao Ye know about this? Xiao Ye's brother said, She will have some vague memories, but I know that this knowledge is not hers. She said that she heard it. Heard? I call it whisper for the time being. Xiao, you can hear it because she is listener. Xiao Ye's brother nodded. Then he picked up Xiao Ye and walked toward the exit of the mezzanine. He said in a low voice, Don't tell Awang and the others about this, lest they worry. Then why did you tell me? Madame Zhou asked curiously. You are an adult. It shouldn't be a problem, Xiao Ye's brother said seriously. Looking at the back of this little brat, Madame Zhou really wanted to say, he did not have dwarfism. He was not born short. It shouldn't be a problem? Madame Zhou muttered. Is it because it doesn't matter even if he knows, or, as expected, it is hard to deal with precocious little brats? Xiao Ye's brother said the same thing as Madame Zhou. He told Awang and the others not to leave the theater for the time being. However, he needed to rearrange the security equipment. As for Xiao Ye's brother, he put Xiao Ye down beside him. Then he picked up the radio and dismantled it. What are you doing? Madame Zhou asked curiously. Without raising his head, Xiao Ye's brother said, I just figured out something. So I need to reassemble it. Perhaps I can improve the radio's performance. There is too little information on the outside. I need more. Madame Zhou's eyes turned and she suddenly said, Because of the formulas you saw earlier? Yes. Okay, I'll help. Madame Zhou sat down directly. Xiao Ye's brother showed a surprised expression and asked subconsciously, You also understood it? Madame Zhou shook her head. They may recognize me, but I obviously don't know them. Help? Help wipe the sweat. Madame Zhou showed a bright smile. I can also pour water. Boss, do you want a full-body massage? I'm good at it. You're welcome. Madame Zhou didn't care. She sat beside him with her chin in her hands and watched with a smile. Oh, wah, wah, wah. Dash! In the sky, a figure was chasing after them. Seeing that she was about to make the most intimate contact with the ground, her screams became more and more harsh. Oh, wah, help. Huh. Do you think I can fly? She stopped a few meters above the ground. Her body was in a magical state of condensation. Senior Sister Yulia. She landed on the ground. Where am I? After landing on the ground, Senior Sister Yulia looked around and also checked her own body. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Her style finally returned to normal. She was no longer the playful girl from the Crayon Kingdom. Senior Sister Yulia was so touched that she put her hands in front of her chest a few times, feeling the light weight in front of her chest. Then, she revealed a dissatisfied expression. It's okay. It's the original appearance. She looked around again. It should be nighttime, but she didn't know if it was early or late at night. The sky was unusually gloomy, and there were no stars. However, the city in front of her was in ruins. There were traces of destruction everywhere. Buildings collapsed and roads cracked. Even the three pests were rare. Senior Sister Yulia stood alone on this strange and dilapidated street, and she couldn't help but have an ominous feeling. Suddenly, the surroundings became even darker. Senior sister, Yulia, froze for a moment, only to see a huge black shadow looming over her body. She looked up and saw an even bigger black shadow. Boom! With a loud noise, the huge black shadow dropped something and crashed into her body. Senior sister Yulia instantly turned into mist and rolled forward. She stopped on a street lamp in front of her and condensed her body again. In front of her was a spider that looked like a living creature but was made of a large amount of metal. What was even stranger was that she even saw a person on the head of this half-living, half-metal spider. To be precise, it was a child whose lower body was completely merged with the spider's head. The rest of the body was connected to the spider's head by fine, red, vein-like things. Chapter 2164. Amidst the huge explosion, a gray cloud of smoke was floating in the air. Yulia glanced at the destroyed street, but her expression wasn't too serious. The attack power of this strange spider life form could only be said to be very ordinary at best. In the subworld 003, many of the hot weapons mastered by humans were able to do the same. However, while the power could be achieved, it didn't mean that the mobility could also be achieved. At the very least, with the technology of the subworld 003, it was impossible to achieve this kind of strange combination of metal and living things. A weapon. Yulia was more willing to call this strange giant spider a weapon. However, it wasn't her style to be chased and attacked by it. Soon, Yulia had an idea. She took advantage of the short period of time when the spider had just launched its attack and directly turned into a cloud of smoke and drilled into the mouth of the giant spider's cannon. After a while, the giant spider suddenly stopped, and then the spider's legs knelt on the ground one after another. In the end, Yulia reappeared on the spider's head again. At this time, she was tearing off the red wire on the child connected to the spider's head. When the wire broke, the giant spider that had knelt on the ground shook a few times and directly lost all activity, lying motionlessly on the street. Yulia didn't stop. She directly carried the child that was dug out from the giant spider's head and quickly floated to the roof of a nearby building. They landed on the ground. Yulia stretched out her hand and patted the child's face a few times, but the child didn't respond at all except for some normal breathing movements. It was like an empty shell. Yulia couldn't help but shake her head. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to get anything from the child. The only thing she could find out was that there was a line of numbers printed on the child's arm. At this time, on the other side of the city, dense flames suddenly flashed, and there was the sound of explosions. Yulia subconsciously looked over and saw that the city on the other side was in the midst of a terrible war at this time. I'm afraid that she appeared on a battlefield this time. The giant spider that attacked me just now, she probably just wandered out? Senior sister, Yulia, pondered for a while. Then she directly transformed into mist and approached the place where the battle was the most intense. She had already tested it on the giant spider. This time it was a lucky start. The attack of the giant spider weapon was ineffective against the onyx soul in its atomized state. This time isn't it my home ground? TSK. More than a dozen giant spiders were moving slowly on the ground. Under these giant spiders, there were dozens of similar but shorter spiders protecting them. Similarly, on these short spiders, there were children who were suspected to be the control centers. At this time, there were 5 tanks, 3 armored fighting vehicles, and an armed helicopter fighting against these terrifying weapons. There were also about 20 soldiers wearing combat suits and holding assault rifles in their hands. They were moving around the terrifying spider weapon, firing all kinds of shots and grenades as support. From the looks of it, this was a protracted battle that had been going on for a long time. When Yulia came to the center of the battlefield, she saw that the tanks and the armored fighting vehicles were being suppressed by the giant spiders. She could even hear the shouts of the human soldiers. We can't continue like this. We can't hold on for long. Hold on for a little longer. We must hold on until the battle plan ends. For this battle plan, we have sacrificed too much. However, if we don't attack the weaknesses of these monsters, we will be torn apart sooner or later. This is equivalent to killing those children. They can't be saved. They are finished long ago. Even if they are released from the bodies of the mechanical beasts, they will be unconscious for the rest of their lives. At this time, a red light suddenly flashed in the distance. The red light directly shot into the sky. It was a signal flare. The moment the signal flare appeared, the humans in the battle seemed to have given the order to retreat. The only armed helicopter in the sky turned around, climbed up, and flew into the distance. Seeing this, senior sister, Yulia, didn't say anything and stuck to the armed helicopter. She followed the armed helicopter and left the city battlefield together with it. After being disassembled, reassembled, and adjusted, the sound of the radio was obviously much cleaner. Little Ye's brother was slowly turning the knob. "Is this enough?" Madanzo asked curiously. "Brother said, the signal reception should be better. Maybe we can find a new channel and try it." "Wait, call back. There seems to be some sound," Madanzo suddenly said. Brother frowned. He didn't hear it. At present, he only knew that this person, who was about the same height as him, called herself Madanzo. Other than that, he didn't have much information. However, based on the current situation, this Madanzo seemed to have a hearing that was far superior to ordinary people as well as a coordination ability. He called back the knob. Madanzo said, "Yes, it's here. Turn up the volume." Brother frowned. At this time, he also gradually heard some sound. He subconsciously put his ear to the radio. "What is this sound?" The puzzled expression on Brother's face became more serious. "Heartbeat," Madanzo suddenly said. "What you are searching for seems to be the heartbeat of something." Dong dong, zee, dong dong. Amidst the intermittent electric current, it was the rhythmic heartbeat of something that Madanzo mentioned. "It's gone." Little Ye's brother shook his head. Madanzo said, "But it did appear. You and I also heard it, didn't we?" Brother showed a rare hesitation on his face, but he didn't say anything. He just continued to turn the knob. Soon the radio sounded again, and this time it was a human voice, a broadcast. "At 5:12 this evening, at a strategic point in the eastern 43rd District, BZZT, a small skirmish occurred. BZZT. The human rebels attempted to attack a supply point in the eastern 43rd District of our country. At present, the battle has ended and 7 human survivors were captured." Hey. ZZZZ. The radio seemed to have tried its best. However, this was the only sound it could capture. After that, no matter how it tried, the signal seemed to be blocked. Madanzo thought for a while and said, "Have you heard of similar reports before?" Brother shook his head and said calmly, "The sound is different." Madanzo continued, "Then what do you think of when you heard this?" Brother pondered for a while and said, "There are at least 2 conflicting forces outside. Also, I have been listening to the channel earlier. Perhaps it was the human rebels that was mentioned in the broadcast just now. In other words, we are currently in the territory of this so-called country." Madanzo's eyes darted around a few times. Then she suddenly smiled and said, "Don't you think this feeling is good?" "What feeling?" "Unveiling the veil of the world bit by bit." Madanzo narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, "All your curiosity, all your fear, and even all your nervousness will erupt here, impacting your cognition and spirit. Doesn't it feel good?" Brother ignored Madanzo's words this time. He had a feeling that Madanzo was deliberately guiding him. Actions, thinking, or rather a certain direction? He looked at her with vigilance. Madanzo shrugged and said in a serious tone, "Really, a precocious child is not cute at all. I don't need to be loved." Brother replied with an expressionless face. Metatro seemed to be in a daze at this moment. Little Ye's brother put down the radio and took some tissues. After wetting them with water, he began to wipe Little Ye's cheeks, who had fallen asleep. At that moment, the The children who went out to set up the warning device came back one after another. The last one to come back was Wang. He even brought back a message. I think I saw something. It landed on the other side of the sports field. After the military helicopter left the city, it quickly flew into the mountains. Then it flew forward. The temperature gradually dropped and the helicopter arrived at a snowy peak. Snow began to fall all around and their line of sight was severely obstructed. However, the helicopter was currently descending toward a valley. Not long after, the helicopter flew into a mountain. There was a huge man-made steel gate there. After the helicopter flew through the gate, they found themselves in a different world. It was a huge dock with a dense crowd, busy figures shuttling back and forth, and all kinds of noises mixed together. Soon, the helicopter landed there. The cabin door opened and several men jumped out. At that moment, a woman had been waiting in front of the helicopter. Seeing them come down, she directly said, "Welcome back safely. How's the situation on the surface now?" One of the men asked quickly. The woman was silent for a moment and finally shook her head. The men all took a deep breath. The leader said bitterly, "Is it worth it?" The woman said, "Where's the thing?" "Here it is." The leader quickly took out a palm-sized box from his pocket. The woman said, "Follow me. The leader is waiting for you." The shipyard was still busy, but the woman and the men had already left the shipyard. What they didn't know was that there was a mysterious smoke floating above the shipyard at this moment. It was mixed with the thick smoke produced during the welding, so it was difficult to be noticed. After a while, Yulia had already caught up with the woman and the men who came back from the battle, and she quietly attached herself to the clothes of the last man. After passing through many gates, they came to a rather retro wooden door. The woman knocked on the wooden door and led them in. "Leader, they successfully brought the thing back." In the room, or more precisely in a place like a war conference room, there was a large sand table in the center. At this moment, a figure was standing next to the sand table, concentrating on deducing something. Hearing that, the leader next to the sand table slowly turned around and looked at them. The leader looked calm and nodded gently, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." The leader crossed the box in his hand, and the woman quickly handed it to the leader. Yulia didn't care about what was in the box at this time. Almost all her attention was attracted by the leader. She even exclaimed, "Good guy." The leader was a creature with the head of a Qingtian doll. When she was in the holy mountain of the Crayon Kingdom, she remembered that one of the gatekeepers was also a Qingtian doll. Yulia began to have an idea in her mind. At this moment, the leader suddenly asked in a deep voice, "Qingtian leader, what's in the box?" I tried to open it, but I couldn't. For this thing, we pretended to attack the East 43rd District and sacrificed a lot of our brothers, and even exposed the danger of this base. Was it worth it? It was worth it, the leader of the Qingtian said slowly. Any sacrifice is meaningful. What's in the box? The leader returned to the chair and sat down. Then he placed the box in the center of the table and said slowly the origin of all of this. Origin. Everyone was stunned. The leader of the Qingtian thought for a while and said, or rather, one of the origins. Leader? The leader of the Qingtian put his hands on the box and said, "What we're facing is a special life form that can coexist with humans, living creatures, and metals. They're called ghosts. For 20 years, we've been struggling to survive from prosperity to the present. I believe that you who have been on the front lines know how terrifying ghosts are. But do you know how ghosts came to be in the first place?" The woman thought for a while and said, 20 years ago, a huge figure suddenly appeared in the world's largest city. It destroyed everything in a frenzy, and all human weapons were useless against it. The destruction continued, and in the end, humans had to use nuclear weapons to attack it. However, the most despairing thing was that even with the use of nuclear weapons, there was still no way to destroy this huge figure. It was known as the first ghost to appear, a terrifying thing that cannot be destroyed by conventional means, also known as cats. That's right, but ghosts aren't created out of thin air. The leader of the Qingtian said seriously, it can be said that it was created by humans. The first ghost you mentioned, Kaz, was originally a human. What? Chapter 2165. Yulia's heart skipped a beat. Since the Qingtian doll appeared here, it wasn't strange for Cats to appear as well. A huge guy with the name Cats. Yulia quickly thought of the guardian of the first level of the godly mountain in the Crayon Kingdom. This meant that in this page world, she only needed to find the godly mountain fairy and the carrot hero boss that belonged to this world. In the meeting room, everyone was shocked by the secret that the Qingtian leader told them. Leader, the first ghost in human history, was actually a human. Facing the incredulous crowd, Fairski's leader nodded. I know it's hard to believe, even for me, but if I didn't experience it myself, I would have never believed it. Leader, you? The Qingtian leader said slowly, 1 year before the first ghost appeared, which is 21 years ago, an expedition team found a mysterious ruin in the extreme north. I was part of this expedition team back then, and Dr. Katz was the main person in charge of this expedition team. This was a history where the world fell into a panic for 20 years, and human beings walked step by step toward extinction. Everyone in the meeting room looked serious as they listened to the Qingtian leader talk about this little-known part of history. At first, this expedition team was ecstatic because they found a mysterious ruin. It seemed that there was a completely different civilization in the ruin, and it was called the greatest discovery in the history of human civilization. The people of the exploration team studied the mysterious ruins tirelessly until one day, when a member of the exploration team mysteriously died. Things gradually became a little out of control. It was like a curse. The leader of Fairski slowly narrated. Everyone, including me, showed unusual manic behavior. In serious cases, we even started killing each other. As the leader of the expedition team, Dr. Katz stopped the research in time. We decided to leave the ruin first and make plans after we rested. However, we didn't expect that there was more than one ruin. There wasn't just one historical site, but 7. 21 years ago, after the expedition team left the northernmost land, they found that at the same time there were reports of similar ruins all over the world. Have you found a similar situation in the other 6 relics? The leader of the Qingtian nodded. I've read the investigation reports of other ruins. The people who discovered the ruins also died mysteriously after that. After we returned to the city, the members of our exploration team were very worried about this matter. Then the members who returned also started to die mysteriously. I had to find Dr. Katz again. But at that time, Dr. Kaz was no longer the Dr. Kaz I knew. He has already become something like a ghost. Similar? It should be because the transformation was not complete yet, and he still retained some of his original consciousness. The Qingtian leader sighed and said, but at that time his situation was already very bad. Dr. Kaz told me that it was coming, and it would devour everything. After telling me this information with his remaining consciousness, Dr. Kaz completely became a ghost in front of my eyes. At first, he was only the size of a human, but after he devoured many creatures, he began to grow. In the end, he became the first terrifying, evil ghost that you know. It seems to be something that exists in the ruins or some kind of power. The Qingtian leader said and looked at the box in his hands. Everyone in the meeting room was shocked and seemed to be afraid in an instant. This is called a secret box. The Qingtian leader's hands slowly opened the box. A strange crystal that emitted a blue fluorescent light slowly floated out of the box. At that time, we brought out 4 secret boxes from the 7 ruins. The Qingtian leader said solemnly, in these 4 secret boxes, there are 4 different ways to make weapons. It took almost 10 years for humans to create these 4 different types of weapons. The male captain of the soldiers couldn't help but be surprised. Leader, the weapons you mentioned, are they the ones that guard the headquarters? Yes. The Qingtian leader nodded. The dawn armor is the last weapon that humans have to resist the power of ghosts. You also know that because of the existence of the dawn armor, the country of ghosts can't completely destroy us. But even so, with the help of the dawn armor, we can only struggle at death's door. Then, what's in this box? I'm afraid it's the fifth weapon. The Qingtian leader slowly held the crystal in his hands. Before the catastrophe, this box was always in Dr. Kaz's hands. He gave it to me when he was sober. However, in the process of escaping, I was afraid that I would lose it. Therefore, I had to temporarily hide the secret box and continue my escape until humans finally cracked the secret of the secret box and the first dawn armor appeared. Since then, the plan to take back this secret box has been carried out. Yes, that's great. The male captain looked excited. With one more weapon, our power to resist the country of ghosts will increase greatly. The leader of Fairski shook his head and said, Don't expect too much. Even if we have another dawn armor, I'm afraid it won't change the current situation much. Perhaps we can still do it in the cataclysm. However, after 20 years, the development of the country of ghosts, you know it. Can't we mass-produce the dawn armor? The Qingtian leader said, The power of the armor comes from this crystal. Without it, even if we can make it, it won't be as good as the ordinary exoskeleton armor. We need more crystals. The male captain said thoughtfully, Since the secret box was taken out from the relics, then? It's not that the higher-ups of the resistance army didn't have this idea, but the 7 relics are under the protection of the country of ghosts. The Qingtian leader shook his head and said, If we want to break into the relics, the difficulty is no less than if we directly start a war with the capital of the country of ghosts. We don't know how many secret boxes there are in the relics. Even if there are more secret boxes, I'm afraid that the country of ghosts has already taken all of them. Everyone was silent. The ups and downs made them a little absent-minded. Asher, get ready. The Qingtian leader said suddenly. The male captain. Asher was startled and frowned subconsciously. The Qingtian leader said seriously, The dawn armor is divided into 2 parts, the outer armor and the core of the secret box crystal. The manufacturing process of the armor is the same, so the headquarters has already prepared a set of armor that can be used immediately. Leader, what do you mean? From now on, you are the tester of the 5th dawn armor. Asher opened his mouth and took a deep breath. He straightened his legs and said loudly, Yes, sir. The field lights around the field were already lit up. What was slowly descending was a transport plane. The park director and a few other people in charge of the park were already waiting in the field. Who is this person? Sister Celine could not help but ask. They had come back earlier, after the park director received a call. They put down their search and hurried back. Looking at the situation, they were waiting for the arrival of this transport plane. The one who was asked was a nurse in the park. She had been working for a few years and had encountered similar situations. It's the welfare officer. Welfare officer. Sister Celine could not help but blink her eyes. Your welfare officer actually came here on a transport plane? And looking at the situation, it was the military type? Yes. The nurse nodded and said, Every once in a while, the welfare officer will come to inspect the work in the park. It's just routine work. Don't be nervous. Wait, remember not to talk nonsense, especially about the disappearance of the 2 children. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your job. Without this job, you know it's not good. Sister Celine nodded slowly. She didn't dare to ask too much for fear of arousing suspicion. Soon, the park director led a young man in a white military uniform into the office building. At this moment, all the caretakers in the park had been called back. Only a few caretakers were left outside to search for the young man. Sister Celine was arranged to patrol the rooms. She found a chance to sneak out and planned to go to the theater to meet Madanzo and the others. In the office building of the park director followed closely behind the welfare officer. Behind him were a few attendants who came with the welfare officer. But the attendants were soldiers of the Empire. They quickly entered the director's office, while a few attendants stood guard outside the door. "Sir, it's not the scheduled inspection day yet. Why are you here today?" The park director asked cautiously. "I'm not here to inspect today." The young man said calmly, "I'm here on His Majesty's order. Madame Marianne, I'm going down. Please open the door." The park director, Madame Marianne, heard this, and her expression changed slightly. But she lowered her head and didn't let the young man notice anything. She quickly replied, "Understood." As she spoke, Madame Marianne took out a pendant from her collar and walked to a hanging painting on the wall behind the office desk. The pendant was a special long crystal. Madame Marianne moved the hanging painting away and inserted the crystal into a groove on the wall. The wall began to open, revealing an entrance. They walked into the entrance. Inside was an elevator that went deep into the ground. "Let's go down," the young man said calmly. Madame Marianne didn't dare to hesitate. After pressing the button, the elevator slowly descended. After passing through a passage, they came directly to a huge underground cavern. A lot of steel bars were built to reinforce the cavern, and at the end of the cavern there was a strange, huge stone door. The young man and Madame Marianne came to the stone door, but the young man's back slowly cracked at this time, and then something crawled out from the crack. 2 horns, goat legs, black wings, dark red skin, and 3 spiral-patterned eyes. And the young man at this time was like an empty shell that had been shed, standing on the ground motionlessly. Much better. The newly appeared 2-horned creature slowly heaved a sigh of relief. The young man, or rather, the creature with 2 horns, looked at Madame Marianne and said with a faint smile, "It seems that you like your current appearance very much." Madame Marianne quickly lowered her head and said, "I can't dress as freely as you, Lord Phoenix, and there's still a lot of work in the park. I'm afraid that something will be exposed." Hearing that, the creature with 2 horns, the phoenix, casually grunted and turned to the front of the door. It stretched out its palm and pressed on the stone door. It seemed to be using some kind of power to make the stone door slowly open. After opening the door, Her Majesty Phoenix walked straight in, and Madame Marianne quickly followed behind her. She quietly looked around. Ruins. One of the first 7 ruins discovered by humans. The orphanage was built on top of one of the ruins. "Do you know why I'm here this time?" "Please tell me, Lord Phoenix." "Earlier today, those guys from the human resistance launched an attack. You've seen the news, right?" "Yes," Madame Marianne quickly said. "But didn't they say that the resistance has been defeated? And they even captured a few guys. Is it related to this matter?" Lord Phoenix said indifferently, "The place that was attacked is a wasteland. The resistance has always been acting under the slogan of liberating humans. But they chose to fight in that wasteland when they have nothing important to do. Do you think they have nothing better to do?" I don't know. This time they're looking for the secret box." "Secret box?" Madame Marianne couldn't help but frown. "How can there be a secret box? Hasn't the secret box been taken away by the royal family?" "There was another secret box that was left outside that year," Lord Phoenix said indifferently. "In that case, does it mean that the resistance has an additional dawn armor?" Madame Marianne frowned. "It's just an additional dawn armor. It can't make any waves," Lord Phoenix said casually. Phoenix said casually, but she immediately changed the topic. "I thought so too at first, but it seems that things aren't that simple. Could it be that there's something special about the secret box that was taken away? This secret box that was taken away is the one that His Majesty has brought out from the ruins back then," Lord Phoenix said coldly. Madame Marianne met Lord Phoenix's gaze. She couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. She quickly said in fear, I will keep this a secret." Lord Phoenix chuckled. "All right, look at how scared you are. Let's see if this big guy in the ruins has any reaction." As it said that, Lord Phoenix opened another stone door. Inside the stone door there was another hall, and in the hall there was a statue that was more than 6 meters tall. Chapter 2166. The statue was in a half-kneeling position with its head bowed like a loyal guard. It was called a hero. There was such a hero in every ruin, and the existence of the hero was the last force against the ghost clan. For countless years the hero guarded the ruins, but it was unknown when the power of the hero disappeared. When humans opened the first ruin entrance, the power of the ghost clan was also awakened. Legend had it that when the world fell into a ghost panic, the power of the hero would appear again. Someone would become the new hero and inherit its power. The purpose of the ghost clan establishing this park in the ruins was to purposefully find someone who could inherit the power of the hero. The other 6 ruins also had similar facilities. These were the inside information that Ms. Marianne currently knew. The welfare officer called Phoenix. In front of her was one of the ghoul knights under the Emperor of the Kingdom of Ghosts. The welfare officer was just a cover for her identity. Every time Phoenix came, it was to observe the awakening of the power of the hero. It seems that it's not here. After observing the statue for a moment, Phoenix turned around. Ms. Marian couldn't help but ask hesitantly, "Sir, this?" Phoenix said indifferently, "Shortly after the attack of the resistance army, His Majesty sensed the fluctuation of the hero as power, but he didn't sense the specific location. At present, knights have been sent to each ruin. The recovery of the hero as power? So, we're about to enter the official plot." Ms. Marianne was slightly happy, but her expression was serious. She even asked tentatively, "Sir, the last child who entered the park has been here for half a year. Can we consider recruiting a new batch of children for testing? In addition, if the oldest batch is not sent out, I'm afraid we'll miss the time for transformation." "Let's do as you say." Sir Phoenix agreed and immediately said, "By the way, nothing special happened in the park recently, right?" "Everything is normal, sir," Ms. Marianne said respectfully with her head lowered. "However," Phoenix said indifferently, "I heard that recently some of the nobles who don't abide by the rules will secretly get some fresh children to satisfy their own selfish desires. There's no such situation in our park, right?" "Of course not." Madame Marianne's expression was calm. "It's best if you don't." Phoenix nodded. "Let's go up. I'll stay in the park for a few days and choose a group of suitable children to take away." Madame Marianne's heart skipped a beat. "Sir, you actually need to personally handle this matter. Could it be that His Majesty intends to take action against the human resistance army? Just make the arrangements. Don't ask about things that you shouldn't ask." "Yes." When she appeared in the principal's office again, Phoenix had already put on her humanoid outer outfit and appeared before everyone as a welfare officer. "Take the welfare officer to rest," Madame Marianne ordered. After the welfare officer of the kingdom left, a woman quietly walked into Madame Marianne's office. Madame Marianne directly ordered, "You must find the 2 missing children as soon as possible. In addition, this matter must be carried out secretly. Don't let the welfare officer know. Otherwise—" The woman's expression changed slightly and she nodded silently. "You can leave." Madame Marianne sat alone in the office and pondered about something. It seems that using Lilia to deliver the goods was the right step. It really caused a change in the plot. Next, should I destroy it or wait and see for the plot to be completed smoothly? Suddenly, Madame Marianne looked out of the window thoughtfully. A strange smile appeared on her face. "Oh, the guy who took away the pages of the Crayon Kingdom actually came to this world. Then he will come to find me soon." At the snowy peak base there was an outdoor training ground covered by the wind and snow. There was a body about 5 meters tall, standing motionlessly. In this body was the tester of the 5th Dawn armor, Bob Asher. If there was an accident and the test data could meet expectations, then Bob Asher would become the official pilot of the 5th Dawn armor. The test of the armor was confidential. Even in the snowy peak base, not many people knew about it. In the control room, the people who knew about the test were all here. Yulia was still hanging on one of the members of the combat team, led by Asher, as a pendant. It was just that this member's body odor was a bit heavy. She was considering whether to change to another place, or the leader's Qingtian doll was a good choice. But considering that the Qingtian doll also appeared in the Crayon Kingdom, who knew if there was anything special about it, Yulia temporarily gave up on this idea. Tester's data is normal. Dawn Armor. S data is normal. Start the test program. At the same time, in the snowy training ground for giant spider monsters suddenly appeared, the kind that Yulia encountered when she first appeared. However, these half-biological, half-metal spider monsters' heads clearly didn't have a child as the core. Instead, there were traces of modification, much less flexibility. This was Yulia's first thought. At this moment, facing the attack of these 4 spider monsters, the motionless Dawn Armor suddenly stretched out its arm and grabbed a light blade that shot out from its leg and directly attacked. The first stage tested the close combat ability of the armor. As the leader of a combat team, Bob Asher clearly had a lot of combat experience. Even though it was his first time testing, he was still able to control the Dawn Armor calmly. This made Yulia feel that there might be some special auxiliary function inside the armor. On the training ground, the 5th piece of the Dawn Armor was like a warrior that charged into a flock of sheep, even though the spider monsters that were used as testing tools were much less flexible. The agility of the armor was undeniable. Very quickly, the battle ended. The spider monster was paralyzed on the ground and exploded. Time used, 35 seconds. Its close combat ability is very strong. The researcher who was observing the data quickly gave his feedback. This is the first time it's used. I believe there's a lot of room for improvement. Continue with the second stage of the test, the Qingtian leader ordered with a calm expression. Roger, prepare for the second stage of the test. Dawn Armor, please return to the testing point. The researcher pressed the communication button. Dawn War, please return to the testing point. Please reply. Pilot? Pilot? Bob Asher, please reply. An image suddenly appeared on the big screen. It was Bob Asher. He frowned and said, Leader, is that the testing tool you arranged? Over here, I saw something. What? The Qingtian leader frowned. I'll send it to you, Bob Asher said quickly. Very quickly, the screen changed. It was the view of the Dawn Armor. In the snow, there was a moving shadow. The shadow was moving at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it closed half of the distance. It's the ghost's reaction. Bob, Asher shouted. Not good. The base has been discovered. Just as Bob Asher spoke, a dark red light shot towards the Dawn Armor on the training ground, along with a huge explosion. The entire control room became extremely dazzling. The communication was cut off. Bob Asher, reply. Bob Asher, please reply. I'm fine. The communication was restored. Bob Asher's face appeared on the screen. His face was pale and his forehead was injured. Dawn Armor is slightly damaged. Also, there are many ghosts. Activate all reconnaissance. The Qingtian leader suddenly stood up and waved his hand. The screen crazily popped up. Outside the snowy peak base, a large number of black shadows appeared. Some of them could be seen clearly. It's the evil ghost riders. The 5th one, the 3rd one, and the 4th one. The reporter couldn't help but say in fear. 3 of the strongest evil ghost riders from the ghost country came at once. And there are almost 1,000 evil ghosts, titans. How can it be? The Qingtian leader's expression was serious. It seems that this operation has been exposed, and the location of the base has been exposed. Leader, everyone prepare for battle, the Qingtian leader said in a low voice. We can only fight. Indeed, the snowy peak base was already surrounded. Other than fighting, they had no other choice. The flames of battle bloomed mercilessly in the pure white snow. Yulia had already changed to another place to make a pendant. The original target of the pendant had already rushed out excitedly in an armored vehicle. Then she died under the trampling of a few spider monsters. It was very heroic. All defense lines destroy. They have already attacked the base. Run. Retreat. Retreat. We're not their match. Where's the dawn armor? Bob Asher? Bob Asher. The sounds of explosions, screams, and roars of the wind, and the screams of death sounded one after another. The entire base sounded an ear-piercing alarm. The Snowy Peak base's equipment wasn't too bad, but they didn't expect to be attacked by evil ghosts. When one evil ghost rider broke through the gate, a large number of weapons from the ghost country poured into the base. The base seemed to have turned into hell. As for the fifth dawn armor, it was like a mouse that was caught and played with. What Bob Asher had to face now was not only 2 evil ghost riders from the kingdom, but also hundreds of spider monsters, known as evil ghost titans. The dawn armor was like a rubber ball falling back and forth. Obviously, Bob Asher, who entered the battle at the last minute, had no way to deal with this extremely bad battle. At this moment in the base, a gray fog slowly floated out from a female soldier's body and finally turned into a human figure. She frowned and looked at the one-sided massacre in the dock below. She couldn't help but mutter, "Why is the start so bad this time?" Shaking her head, Yulia was considering whether or not to hang on to one of the evil ghost titans. Or perhaps she could go to the ghost country and see Emperor Cats. Perhaps there would be other clues. In this ghost world, no matter how she looked at it, the ghost country's legs were thicker. Run. At this moment, a loud shout came from Yulia's position. She subconsciously looked over and saw a group of people rushing towards her. It was the leader of the Qingtian. At this moment, the 3 warriors were escorting the leader of Fersky and rushing over. Senior Yulia quickly glanced at the dock below and saw that an armed transport aircraft was moving at this moment. She already understood the plan of these guys. She was very much in favor of running away when they couldn't win. Yulia rolled her eyes and had a new plan. She directly faced the Qingtian leader and said with an anxious expression, "Leader, are you okay?" "You are." The Qingtian leader froze for a moment and then nodded. "I'm fine. Be careful." Rumble. The dome of the dock broke, and an abnormally huge evil ghost, Titan, fell from above and directly smashed into the transport aircraft that was about to move. The bridge of the dock was affected and directly broke. Everyone instantly fell. It was a height that could kill a normal person. Yulia sighed and decided to give up on the Qingtian. However, at this moment, something caught them. To be precise, it caught the leader of the Qingtian. Yulia went up by herself. "Leader." The thing that caught the leader of the Qingtian was the dawn battle armor, the 5th piece of equipment. Akila's voice sounded. However, the dawn battle armor crashed into the wall of the dock and fell to the ground. At this moment, the hands of the battle armor were put down. The leader of the Qingtian was put down unharmed, and Yulia was scared out of her wits. At this moment, the hatch of the battle armor opened, and Captain Akila fell out and directly fell to the ground. He crawled a few times before he stopped moving. On the other hand, the dawn battle armor didn't seem to be damaged at all. After a round of fierce battle, only the outer shell of the dawn battle armor was damaged. It seems that this is a battle armor that prioritizes defense and close combat abilities. It's not bad to be able to last for so long. At the same time, 2 tall figures slowly descended from the sky. They were the 3rd knight and the 5th knight of the Kingdom of Ghosts. Qingtian ranked 3rd on the kingdom's wanted list. "Our Majesty would like to invite you as a guest." The 3rd knight said indifferently, "Are you going to leave with us obediently, or do you want us to take you away by force?" At this moment, the leader of the Qingtian showed a bitter smile. "I can go back with you, but the condition is that you immediately evacuate and let the people in the base leave." The two evil ghost knights were expressionless. The leader of the Qingtian pointed his gun at his own head and said, "I think that you don't want to bring back just a corpse. I think that I know the personality of your emperor quite well." The two evil ghost knights were silent. Yulia really wanted to know. When the leader of the Qingtian shot her with a bullet, would cotton wool pop out of his head? At this moment, Yulia made a bold decision. She quietly pressed her hands on the floor. Xing Chuang. In an instant, a strange ripple spread out instantly. The two evil ghost knights seemed to feel something, and their expressions changed slightly. However, at this moment, the floor suddenly shook, and then a large area of the floor actually turned into a liquid state. Many tentacles extended from the floor that had turned into liquid in an instant and directly wrapped around the two evil ghost knights, causing their movements to be blocked for a short period of time. This is... The leader of the Qingtian couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, he seemed to see a figure rush into the cockpit of the Dawn battle armor in an instant. In the cockpit of the Dawn battle armor, Yulia blinked and placed her hands on two round balls. These were probably the control balls of the battle armor. This battle armor was hard enough, and its defense was top-notch. What she wanted to do now was to perform Xing Chuang on this Dawn battle armor. No matter how good the pilot was, could it be better than the battle armor that became Xing Chuang creatures? This was Yulia's train of thought. However, the moment she pressed her hands on the control balls, the interior of the battle armor flickered, and it started up again. Pilot confirmed. Caros start up again. Along with the sound, Yulia couldn't help but blink. She saw a little blue bird flickering on the screen. In an instant, senior sister, Yulia, covered her forehead. It was an instinctive reaction. Wait, this thing's control system is a blue bird? Chapter 2167. The Dawn armor had an auxiliary control system. It was no wonder that Bob Asher could control it well on his first try. But it was only at a decent level, and he couldn't fully utilize the power of the Dawn armor. Caros. It seemed like that was the name of the fifth Dawn armor. But even so, senior sister, Yulia, still directly used star creation on this piece of equipment, for no other reason than the fact that it was something that belonged to her was the best. On the screen, the system elf bluebird's eyes seemed to flash twice, and then a wave began to spread rapidly in the cockpit. Soon, it covered the entire Dawn armor. Outside, the Qingtian leader was still facing off against the two ghoul knights. "We can agree to your request." One of the ghoul knights loosened his mouth and said, "Let the humans here leave safely." "Let me see them leave safely." The Qingtian leader didn't relent. "Okay," the other ghoul knight coldly replied. Boom! At this moment, the motionless Dawn armor suddenly exploded with a dazzling light. Not only that, but a large amount of light particles were also ejected from the Dawn armor. This is the awakening mode. The Ghoul Knight and Bluebird were shocked. The Qingtian leader's eyes widened. In an instant, the propeller on the back of the Dawn armor suddenly ejected two huge streams of light, and like a pair of wings, the Dawn armor was pushed up. Not only that, the powerful light current blew the two ghouls more than 10 meters away. When the two ghouls turned around, the Dawn armor had already appeared in the air with the Qingtian leader in its hands. An even more dazzling light was emitted from Caros. It then turned into a comet and instantly crashed into the snowy mountain. It broke through the mountain and directly shot into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The two ghoul knights were prepared for a fierce battle. The awakening mode of the Dawn armor was shockingly powerful. Otherwise, the human resistance army wouldn't have lasted until now under the pressure of the ghost country with only 4 pieces of Dawn armor. He actually activated the awakening mode just to escape. The two malevolent ghost knights reacted and were furious. However, if Dawn armor was used to escape at full power, they would not be able to catch up. Report to His Majesty immediately. Stop. In the high-speed flight, the leader of Fairski roared a few times with great difficulty, but there was no response from the cockpit. Moving at such a high speed in such a cold area, the leader of Fairski was so cold that his entire body was covered in frost. However, the speed of the Dawn armor was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed out of the cold region. After a while, the Dawn armor crashed into a nearby mountain before finally stopping. The Qingtian leader fell from the hand of the armor. When it struggled to get up from the ground, it saw the hatch of the Dawn armor open and a figure fall out. It was dazed. Qingtian's leader covered his injured shoulder and crawled to the fallen figure. How are you? Can you still activate the armor? Activate what? Yulia shook her head. It was as if her brain was about to explode. She rarely encountered this kind of situation where star creation was forcefully stopped halfway through. Star creation was not completed, but Kairos started to move on its own. A failed star creation, this was something that had never happened since she had mastered star creation. But at this time, Kairos, who had lost its pilot, slowly stood up again and squatted slightly, as if it was preparing to activate again. Qingtian's leader subconsciously looked at Yulia. Before the two of them could say anything, they instantly grabbed both of Kairos' arms. As expected, Kairos activated itself and soared into the sky again. Qingtian and Yulia struggled to crawl into the cockpit. They squeezed together and stared at the various data flashing on the screen. After a while, Qingtian's leader suddenly frowned and said, "What's your name? I don't think I've seen you before." Yulia. I just arrived at the base not long ago. Qingtian's leader didn't relax. He nodded and asked, "What did you do when you sat on the cockpit?" Yulia said blankly, I don't know. I was too scared, so I hid inside. I don't know why it became like this. I really don't know. No matter how I hid it, it wouldn't stop. Yulia quickly hit the control panel as if she wanted to prove what she said. The control ball was still spinning on its own. Qingtian's leader shook his head. We've studied the Dawn battle equipment for 20 years, but we've never encountered such a situation. Could it be because of the crystal in the secret box? Yulia asked quickly, "Leader, where are we going?" Qingtian's leader said, "Looking at the direction we're going, I'm afraid we're going deep into the Ghost Nation. The battle equipment can't be controlled, so there's no chance for us to return. Those two angry ghoul riders are probably already at the base." The leader of Fairski had a sad expression on her face. The atmosphere in the cockpit suddenly became silent. There's a bright spot here." Yulia suddenly pointed at a bright spot on the screen. Kairos seemed to be moving toward this bright spot. "This place is..." Qingtian's leader frowned and said in surprise, "Ruins." In the theater's lounge backstage, a rapid bell suddenly rang. Little Ye's brother, who was leaning against the wall, instantly opened his eyes. Then he quickly glanced at Little Ye, who was lying on his lap. Seeing that Little Ye had not woken up yet, he gently lifted Little Ye's head and stood up. Madanzo looked at him. Two of the children who were resting also woke up. "Brother," said in a low voice, "get ready." Everyone nodded. Not long after, the theater's door slowly opened, and a figure carefully crept in, but soon the figure lost its balance and was hung upside down. After a scream, a familiar voice sounded. It was Sister Celia's voice. Again, "You little bastards, how much do you like hanging people?" The two children put down the rope in embarrassment. They stuck out their tongues at Sister Celine's accusation and giggled. Only young Ye's brother did not change his expression. He asked without the slightest hint of guilt, "Were we discovered on the way?" "I'm very careful." Sister Celia shook her head. There was a welfare officer outside. "I don't know why the director stopped the search. I found a chance to sneak out and brought you some food." After taking the food, The starving children hurriedly began to eat. Madanzo asked curiously, "A welfare officer from outside?" "It should be Phoenix." Brother thought for a while and said, "He is the welfare officer in charge of this park. He will appear every once in a while. He is a scary guy." "Scary?" Sister Celia was stunned. "How scary?" Brother thought for a while and said, "Intuition." Sister Celia shook her head and thought for a while before saying, "The director doesn't want the welfare officer to know that you are missing, and he ordered us not to mention this in front of the welfare officer. Now, only a few caretakers are quietly searching the park, and they don't dare to make a scene. So, while the welfare officer is here, you will be safer." "This is a good chance," Brother suddenly said. "I know how to leave this place." "How to leave?" Madanzo asked curiously. "Fly out." Brother looked at Madanzo. "Even if you tie me up, I won't be able to fly with so many people." Metatro's eyes flickered and he smiled. "The welfare officer's transport plane," Brother said expressionlessly. Madanzo said, "You are a bold little girl, but this is an interesting idea. So what do you plan to do?" Little Yez Brother looked at Sister Celine. Sister Celia blinked and pointed at herself. She hesitated and said, "So you have already decided? Isn't this a bit too much?" "We're kids after all," Metatro smiled innocently. It was the kind of smile that could mesmerize people. "Please," Brother said with a serious expression. After saying that, he bowed deeply to Sister Celia. "You look like this." Sister Celine opened her mouth and smiled bitterly. She realized that it was hard for her to refuse someone else's request, especially a child's request. But it is too dangerous," Brother said quickly. "I only have one condition. If anything happens, I will immediately call for a halt." Celine said quickly. There were only a few spotlights on the sports field. Half of the field was dark, while the other half was bright. The welfare officer's transport plane was placed in the center of the sports field. There were only 2 soldiers with guns standing guard. They were not in high spirits, but they were not slacking off either. The group of people were hiding in the shadows. Sister Celine frowned and said, "It's too dangerous. I don't agree with this operation. They have guns with them. Besides, even if you get on the transport plane, won't the welfare officer discover it when he leaves?" Brother said, "We will not wait for them to activate it. We will activate it ourselves." Sister Celia sucked in a breath of cold air. "We activate it ourselves? How do we activate it?" "I will activate it." Brother said quickly, "This is the 3rd generation Phantom. I have read the introduction manual of this transport plane and memorized the operating system. There should be no problem." According to the manual, there should be no problem," Brother said again. "Why is there an operation manual of the transport plane here?" Brother said, "Although the park will not allow us to leave, they will try their best to satisfy our needs in some aspects. I told the caregiver that I like all kinds of planes. Then there are many books about planes in the library and they are in there. Although there is an introduction manual for the military transport plane, I think they did not expect you to memorize it?" Sister Celia did not dare to sigh in her heart. "When this child grows up in the future, he will be an incredible person." "Child, are you going to defy the heavens? You are really an omnipotent brother?" But Sister Celia still did not agree with such a risky action. However, Brother was obviously the type to take action. He did not care about Sister Celia's objection. Instead, he signaled the other children with his eyes. Instantly, Awan and one of the older children rushed out, running quickly toward the transport plane. "You!" Sister Celia was shocked. She gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and hurriedly chased after them. At the same time, Brother and Madanzo went around to the other side of the transport plane and approached it quietly. "Stop! Who is it?" The footsteps quickly attracted the attention of the 2 guards. They pointed their guns at the direction of the footsteps, but they frowned when they saw 2 children running over. "Wow, it's a real plane. It's so cool. Stop, don't come closer. The two guards shouted again, Don't come closer. The two children froze on the spot in horror. Just as they were about to cry, Sister Selin caught up from behind and quickly pulled the two children behind her to protect them. She hurriedly said, Lords, I'm sorry. They didn't do it on purpose. Who are you? I am a nurse here. This is my work permit. Sister Selene quickly said, I'm sorry, my lords. These two children are quite naughty. They kept saying that they wanted to see the plane and refused to sleep. They even snuck out. They didn't do it on purpose, my lords. The two guards looked at each other and put down their weapons. Then they said in a low voice, This is not for you to see. Leave now. Al. Okay. Sister Celia nodded and pulled the two frightened children. She put her hands on her hips and said sternly, You, why don't you apologize to the two lords? No need. The guards waved their hands. The two children walked out timidly and bowed in front of the two guards, saying Sorry, lords. We did not do it on purpose. So troublesome. The two guards frowned and said helplessly, Okay, let's go back now. Al. Okay. The children raised their heads instantly and took out something from their arms. Then they sprayed it at one of the guards, all over the guard's face. The guards screamed at the same time and covered their eyes in pain. Hee, this is my special chili water. It is quite powerful, right? Awang screamed. Damn it. One of the guards endured the pain. Although he could not open his eyes, he raised his gun and was about to shoot. At this moment, two figures approached from behind and jumped behind the two guards. Lilia, brother, and Madanzo were holding stones in their hands. They knocked the stones without saying anything. Too dangerous. It's really... Sister Celine instantly sat down on the ground. She looked at the two soldiers who had fainted. The few brats still looked excited. Lilia, brother, was standing outside the cabin door of the transport plane. He seemed to be searching for something. After a while, the cabin door of the transport plane slowly opened and the stairs descended. Lilia, brother, took the lead and boarded the transport plane directly, in the monitoring room of the park. Director, what about them? A pair of dimly lit eyes were currently faintly watching everything that was happening in the sports field on the screen, only to hear the director, Madame Marion, calmly say, Don't worry about them. Just watch them like this. At the same time, in the room arranged by the park for the welfare officer, Phoenix, who was taking a nap, suddenly opened her eyes. The communicator on the table suddenly rang. Who activated the transport plane? Madame Phoenix frowned and opened the curtains in the room. She looked at the field with a sharp gaze. Chapter 2168. To Sister Celine's surprise, the transport plane started up just as Lilia, brother, had said. It was hard for her to imagine that a child who had only memorized the instruction manual could do it so perfectly, until the transport plane lifted off the ground. Everything still seemed so unreal. The children squeezed into the cockpit, excitedly. They even fought to sit in the co-pilot seat. However, when Sister Celine saw Lilia, brother, a small figure fiddling with the instrument seriously, she could not help but have a strange sense of déjà vu. Children flying a big plane. Suddenly there was a tremor. All the instruments in the control room flickered. Then the indicator lights went out instantly. The transport plane's power dropped and it fell back to the ground. Fortunately, it didn't rise much. Everyone in the control room was in a mess. They were shocked and looked around. What happened? Alwang quickly got up. We were discovered. Lilia, brother, was silent for a moment. Then he said something that sounded like a ghost story. I was careless. The transport plane should have a remote termination function. The instruction manual did not say this. I think the instruction manual that I read is the castrated version. You look, Alwang exclaimed. He pointed outside the windshield of the cockpit with a trembling hand. A young man in a white military uniform appeared outside the windshield of the transport plane. What was even more surprising was that the young man did not rely on any external objects. He just stood in the air. The kingdom's welfare officer, Phoenix, little brother, opened his mouth in surprise. His pupils contracted slightly. It seemed that the thing in front of him had exceeded his understanding. Outside, the welfare officer casually looked at the many faces in the cockpit. He suddenly chuckled and said, "I was wondering who dared to hijack the plane. It turns out that it is a group of naughty children." Seeing that it was just a group of children, Phoenix relaxed a lot. At first, he thought that it was the action of the Human Resistance Army. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was not right. Logically speaking, the Human Resistance Army had just suffered a heavy blow. They should not appear in the hinterland of the kingdom at this time. Even though he found out that it was just a few children from the park, he was still displeased. At this moment, a group of soldiers from the kingdom had already rushed over and quickly discovered the two unconscious soldiers standing guard. Moreover, under the cold gaze of the welfare officer, Phoenix, the children in the transport plane, and Sister Selin could only give up on resisting. They stood in a straight line, and behind them were soldiers who were holding their arms tightly. Phoenix walked past them one by one and finally stopped in front of Sister Selin. He reached out and picked up the work permit hanging on Miss Nunn's body. He glanced at it casually. When their eyes met, Sister Selin felt a chill run down her spine. "Sir, should we inform the director, Madame Marianne?" A soldier asked quickly. Phoenix didn't ask anything. She waved her hand and said, "Of course, we need to inform them, but I'll interrogate them myself. Take them back." The director, Madame Marianne, soon arrived at the residence of the welfare officer, Phoenix. She said that she had no idea that the transport plane was almost hijacked. As for Sister Selin, she used the excuse that she was a newbie who had been working for less than 2 weeks and said that she didn't know much about people. Maybe this caretaker Sister Selin couldn't resist the temptation of some noble's appearance. So she took the risk and secretly wanted to kidnap a few children. Phoenix looked at Madame Marianne with a faint smile. Madame Marianne acted like she didn't know what was going on. She thought for a while and said that shouldn't be the case. If she wanted to kidnap the children, she wouldn't have done it so blatantly. What is her goal? "I'll return the person to you," said Phoenix suddenly. Madame Marianne was shocked. "The person?" Phoenix said calmly, "I'm talking about the caretaker, Sister Selin. Since she is your employee, she should be returned to you if she committed a crime." Madame Marianne nodded without batting an eyelid. "Thank you for your understanding, sir. Don't worry, I'll investigate this thoroughly. If Sister Selin was really bribed, I won't let her off easily. These children, I want them," Phoenix suddenly said at this time. Madame Marianne's expression changed slightly. "Sir, what are you doing?" Phoenix chuckled and said, "These children are not bad. According to the testimony of the 2 soldiers who were knocked out, these children are brave enough. They have good qualifications. I like them." "Sir, you're planning to reform them?" Madame Marianne was shocked. Phoenix said casually, "Anyway, the kingdom plans to replenish some new soldiers. This has nothing to do with you. You just need to manage the garden well. You can leave now. Take your people away." Madame Marianne nodded and left the welfare officer's residence obediently. She took Sister Selin away from the soldiers. She wasn't punished, but her hands and feet were handcuffed and her face was pale. "Director, don't say anything, just follow me," said Madame Marianne calmly. "Brother, I'm scared." When they were on the transport plane, Lilia had already woken up. But the escape plan failed in the end, so the little girl had been clinging to her brother in fear. Until now, all the children were placed in a room. Not long ago, the soldiers came in, but they didn't scold them. Instead, they brought some food. The children were already hungry. When they smelled the food, they quickly gathered around. "Lilia, brother, aren't you hungry?" Awang held a slice of cake and said, "Eat some. I don't know how those soldiers will deal with us later." "I'm not hungry." "Lilia, brother, shook his head, and then frowned. You guys, try not to eat. Why? Lilia, brother, thought for a while and said, Maybe there will be problems. You're too careful. The oldest child said, We're all caught, so they can do whatever they want to us. They don't need the food. Even if you don't eat, Lilia has to eat. She has fainted since the evening, until now. Lilia, brother, looked at the girl in his arms, only to see that Lilia was holding the toad doll tightly. She swallowed and said, Brother, I'm not hungry. A tender smile appeared on the face of Lilia's brother. He rubbed the girl's head, and as if he was performing magic, he flipped his hand and a piece of chocolate biscuit appeared. He said softly, Eat this when you're hungry. The little girl blinked her eyes and happily took the biscuit. Then she held it and ate it in small bites. It turns out that you can also smile. Metatro, who had been silent all this time, suddenly appeared beside Lilia's brother and said lightly, Brother, I'm hungry too. There's nothing extra. Lilia, brother, said expressionlessly, There's a lot of food on the table. You can eat. Didn't you just warn them not to eat? Medanzo narrowed her eyes and smiled evilly. I still don't believe you. Lilia, brother, said bluntly, If there's a problem with the food, I'll be happy to see something happen to you. Medanzo suddenly said, You do have a name? Lilia's brother. Brother's name is... Lilia, who was eating with her head lowered, raised her head and said, However, her brother covered her mouth instantly. The reason why her brother covered her mouth was because Wang suddenly fell down. The children who were eating at the table also fell to the ground one after another. Seeing this scene, Lilia almost screamed, but her mouth was already covered by her big brother, so she could only stare with her eyes wide open. Lilia, close your eyes. Don't move until I call you. Pretend to be asleep. Lilia, brother, said quickly. Then he hugged Lilia and lay on the ground. The girl seemed to have complete trust in her brother. She really closed her eyes and lay motionless in her brother's arms. Medanzo blinked her eyes. She picked up a strawberry and tossed it into her mouth. Then she yawned and sat down on the table. Not long after, a few soldiers came into the room. After the soldiers looked around, they moved the children out one by one. This was a rather old stone room. All kinds of torture instruments were hung on the walls of the stone room. At this moment, Sister Celine was hung up in the middle of the stone room. She could only reach the ground by standing on her tiptoes. Behind her, a worker from the park was holding a whip in his hand. Sister Celine had been whipped continuously for more than 10 minutes. All the pain she had experienced in her life could not compare to this short 10 minutes. Her consciousness had even gradually become somewhat unclear. Her pale face was covered with large beads of sweat. The sweat that slid down from the back of her neck flowed past the scars caused by the whip, bringing her unforgettable pain. Beside her, Madame Marianne was sitting on a chair. She waved her hand, and the nurse who was waving the whip stopped. Still don't plan to confess? Madame Marianne said indifferently, Why did you bring those children to hijack the transport plane? What is your purpose? No purpose. Sister Celine raised her head with difficulty. I said they were just naughty. They wanted to see the plane. It doesn't matter if you don't want to tell me, Madame Marianne sneered. Anyway, I have a lot of time, and this place is hidden enough. Slowly, you will find that the whipping is just an appetizer. Sister Celine's lips couldn't help but tremble. Then she saw the nurse behind her throw away the whip. Immediately, she took a pair of pliers from the wall and pried open her fingers. What do you want to do? Sister Celine's breathing instantly quickened. The worker sneered, Fingernails or fingers? Pick one. Seeing the pliers slowly move toward her fingertips, Sister Celine trembled and shook her head. No, don't. Ah! The blood-curdling screams lasted for more than 10 seconds before coming to a sudden stop. Sister Celine remained motionless and her head hung down. Director, She has fainted. Should I wake her up immediately? Madame Marianne thought for a moment and said, Lock her up first. I keep having a feeling that Phoenix wants to do something. You. Ask around. Remember, you must be careful. The power of the Ghoul Knights is very strong. I am not here with my true body. It will not be easy for me to deal with these Ghoul Knights. I know what to do. The worker quickly nodded. After the worker left, Madame Marianne walked toward the unconscious Sister Celine. She reached out with her hand and pinched Sister Celine's chin. Celine, Holy Maiden. Madame Marianne chuckled. Holy Maiden is the closest to a saint, but so what? With your current faith, can it still be transmitted? She shook her head no. Sister Celine's eyelids moved slightly as if she had some consciousness. Madame Marianne immediately whispered in her ear, You have been abandoned by the saint. She has heartlessly abandoned all of you. Letting go of Sister Celine, Madame Marianne slowly retreated as if she was admiring a masterpiece and hid in the darkness. Freedom City, outside the Holy Maiden Conference venue. People had spontaneously gathered outside the venue, and the place was crowded like an ocean. The crowd was surging, but it was unusually quiet. The black crosses in the sky symbolized the disappearance of the Holy Maiden candidates, one after another. The number of Holy Maidens that people could choose to watch was extremely limited. Miss Celine, no. On the screen, the girl was covered in wounds. Her fingers were twisted, and her breathing was weak. When people saw this, it was like a sharp sword stabbing into their hearts. Anger and sorrow. Saint, can't you see it? These children. Save them. What did they do wrong? What did they do wrong? Saint. Shouts erupted in the dead silence like huge waves. Half of the Freedom City seemed to be involved in a huge whirlpool of anger and sorrow, suffocating people. In the orphanage that wasn't allowed to operate, the forgotten children gathered in front of the only TV and cried. Don't cry. Don't cry. The little girl in red wiped her tears at this moment. But what can we do? Pray. The little girl in red choked with sobs. Let's pray for Sister Celine. But aren't we the descendants of sinners? Our prayers are useless. It's useful. The little girl in red gritted her teeth and said, It must be useful. Even if the saint can't hear us, it doesn't matter. I believe that Sister Celine will hear us. She definitely will. Kelly. The little girl on the other side was stunned. Then she took a deep breath and wiped her tears. Okay, let's pray. Two figures were desperately running up the stairs leading to the Freedom Square. They climbed up the last flight of stairs, and the entire Freedom Square came into view. However, the saint statue in the square had collapsed, and the surroundings were sealed. There were people guarding the square. But now the Freedom Square was quiet and empty. The Freedom City is in despair. Laval turned around and glanced at the chaotic city. Then he looked at Robert beside him and said with a frown, Why did you bring me here? Because your saint is here, Robert said softly. At least her body is here. Chapter 2169. 3 escaped. Inside the room, the kingdom's welfare officer narrowed his eyes. I'm sorry, sir. The soldier who came to report immediately lowered his head in panic. We were careless. We didn't expect the 3 children to not eat the food that was sent. When they were sent out, they slipped away when we weren't paying attention. Understood. The kingdom's welfare officer nodded indifferently. Send the rest of the children here. The soldier raised his head in confusion and saw Lord Phoenix taking out small black balls the size of pebbles from a box and arranging them on the table. This subordinate will do it right away. He quickly lowered his head and responded. Then he hurriedly turned around and left. Those small black balls were ghost eggs used to hatch the evil spirit Titan. After the soldier left, a small round plate on the table suddenly projected a palm-sized light. It was a 3-dimensional image of another young man wearing a white military uniform, the 3rd Ghoul Knight of the Kingdom of Ghosts. Phoenix, according to the detection, one of the leaders of the rebel army, Qing Tian, is riding the 5th dawn armor deep into the kingdom. They will soon arrive at the 4th site of ruins. His Majesty has ordered that Qing Tian must be intercepted. Phoenix fiddled with one ghost egg after another unhurriedly, as though she did not hear anything. Phoenix, answer. You 3 ghoul knights and a large number of high-grade titans were dispatched, yet none of you were able to stop them. Is it difficult for me? Phoenix stopped. Right now, I am just a welfare officer. I only have a few guards with me. What can I use to intercept them? I don't care what method you use. This is His Majesty's order. The 3rd ghoul knight snorted coldly. Also, you better be more careful this time. Don't be sloppy, because His Majesty has departed from the royal city and will soon arrive at the 4th site of ruins. You see for yourself. The communication was turned off. His Majesty Katz is also... Phoenix frowned. Just one of the leaders of the rebel army. He also has a dawn armor that just appeared. Isn't this too? While she was in deep thought, the soldier who left returned. This time, in addition to the soldier, he also brought a few children. These 2 children were naturally very familiar with the layout of the campus dormitory. They were currently hiding in a room where food was stored, avoiding the soldiers who were searching for them outside. He believed that soon, not only the soldiers, but also the workers in the park would be included in the list of people to avoid. Lilia, don't be afraid. Brother comforted her gently. Lilia is not afraid. Lilia bravely clenched her small fist. I'm so scared. Madanzo wanted to come over. It's none of your business. Brother simply pushed him away. Madanzo shrugged her shoulders, and then her playful expression disappeared. Well, I think we have to part ways here for the time being. Big Brother frowned and asked, What do you want? Relax, Madanzo said indifferently. I don't intend to expose your whereabouts. I just want to find out what's going on with that silly Celine. As for you, I believe that you'll be fine. After all, you've disappeared in front of so many nurses. It shouldn't be difficult for you to hide from a dozen soldiers. Lilia Brother was silent. How could the workers in the park be the same as those soldiers? Come, this is for you. Madanzo turned her palm and stuffed something into Brother's hand. A feather. Yes, a feather. Madanzo smiled. I just plucked it, original flavor. Brother was silent for a moment. What's the use of it? Generally speaking, it's useless. Madanzo blinked her eyes mysteriously. But it might bring about a miracle. It's a lucky charm. Don't lose it. Little Yez Brother frowned and threw it on the ground. Madanzo could not help but sigh. She bent down and picked up the feather. She blew on it and patted it. Then she solemnly handed it back to Brother again. It's a token of my appreciation. Don't spoil me like this. Brother hesitated for a few seconds this time and then put away the feather. Seeing this, Madanzo said no more. She quietly opened the door and walked out. Seeing this, Brother raised her head and looked at Brother. Brother, this person is so weird. Brother thought for a while and said he shouldn't be a bad guy. Brother, can we escape? Brother thought for a while and said, we need to make some chaos. It's better if it's big. As Brother said, he began to look around the room used to store food. His eyes soon locked on a row of wine bottles. Ring. Out of the corridor, an extremely ear-piercing bell suddenly rang. Madanzo, who was walking in the shadow, was startled. After a while, she realized that it was the fire alarm. He quickly poked his head out of the window and saw thick smoke billowing out from the corner of the dormitory building. And a room where the smoke came from was already lit up. Is it the room just now? Madanzo couldn't help but blink. She understood. It's true that you're a naughty kid. However, it seemed that the entire dormitory building had become active at this time, as if benefiting from the fire. A large number of children woke up from their sleep. Because they were not sure if the fire would spread, the nurses on each floor had to disperse the children in the building. This was not a drill, so the scene was extremely chaotic. Even though I know that you're trying to escape, but perhaps... Madanzo thought to himself as he blended into the crowd. You're also planning to help me. Even so, Madanzo had no idea where Sister Celine was at this time. Then let the fire burn more fiercely. Bang! In the fire alarm, a loud noise broke the silence of the night. On the path outside the dormitory building, Xiao Ye's brother, who was walking quickly with her, turned back subconsciously. At the dormitory building behind him, there was another loud noise at this time, followed by an eruption of flames. This was not set up by him. Little Ye's brother opened her mouth subconsciously. She had a vague feeling of who was the initiator of the 2 explosions later on. Brother, what's that? He looked in the direction Xiao Ye pointed. In the distance of the night sky, there was a flash of light approaching, fast approaching. Director, outside. I see. In the office, Ms. Marianne's face was slightly gloomy. She looked at the woman who bumped into the door and frowned. Do you know the origin of the explosion? I don't know yet. What about the welfare officer? Ms. Marianne asked again. I didn't have time to check. The woman quickly said, but they should have evacuated. Director, let's leave first. We don't know where else we'll be on fire. Madame Marian nodded her head, but her expression became increasingly gloomy because the matters that happened tonight were practically not within her control. A series of accidents completely disrupted her rhythm. At this moment, the phone in the office rang. Ms. Marian frowned and picked up the phone. Then she heard the sound. It was from the monitoring room. Director, we've detected something approaching us at high speed. Another accident. Ms. Marianne's face became gloomier. What is it? I don't know, but it's very fast. The voice from the monitoring room sounded anxious. It's about to hit. As soon as the words were said, a ray of light lit up outside the office window, and then a loud noise sounded. The whole building shook violently. On the field, hundreds of children who were evacuated because of the fire, as well as the caretakers of the park, looked at the main body of the dormitory building in horror. At this time, the whole building was split in the middle, and a huge thing was lying in the crack. It was this thing that fell directly from the sky. It didn't move. Dust was still flying in the air. At this time, the huge thing embedded in the building suddenly moved, and then slowly got up. What is this thing? I don't know, but it feels so cool. Voices of discussion. At this time, in the cockpit of the Dawn Armor, the Qingtian leader and Yulia were silently looking outside through the screen. Leader, where is this? The orphanage at the 4th site of the ruins. The Qingtian leader was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, The country of ghosts, one of the facilities used to cultivate titans. Titans? Those spider monsters? Senior sister, Yulia, couldn't help but be stunned. That is to say, the children below are all used to. She remembered the child inside the spider monster that she killed in the beginning. It's something called a ghost egg, and it rots through the human body. The Qingtian leader said with hatred, but they have to be under 14 years old, and they have to be qualified after a test. All these years, we have been fighting with these children. Wait, doesn't that mean we've fallen into the spider monster's lair? Senior sister, Yulia, was shocked. The cockpit suddenly shook, and then the Dawn Armor lost its balance and fell to the ground. At this time, a huge evil spirit titan was lying on the back of the Dawn Armor. On the head of the evil spirit titan was a grayish-white, red, and black boy who looked no more than 10 years old. There's more than one. On the roof of the dormitory building, there were 3 large evil spirits, titans, eyeing them covetously. Fortunately, there are only a few of them, the Qingtian leader said calmly. The Dawn Armor can easily deal with them. After saying that, the Qingtian leader looked at Yulia, who was beside him. Yulia blinked and rubbed her hands on the control ball a few times. indicating that this thing didn't listen to her after she suddenly activated it. She didn't even know if Xing Chuang had succeeded or failed against the dawn armor. There was a violent impact. The large evil spirit titan that was pressing down on the dawn armor had flipped the dawn armor over and was crazily stabbing the cockpit door with its sharp forelimbs. Oh no, it won't last long. The Qingtian leader was shocked and angry. Bam, 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 bam. Under the attack of the titan's terrifying forelimbs, the cockpit door gradually changed shape. Yulia calmly observed the Qingtian leader beside her. She wasn't sure if the Qingtian leader would finish filming here. However, if Qingtian only had so many scenes in this page world, then she had to say goodbye and find another way out. There must be a way. There must be a way, the Qingtian leader muttered to himself. On the playground, hundreds of children were scared out of their wits and didn't know what to do. What are you watching? Why are you so engrossed? Under the warm white light, the girl who had just come out of the shower felt refreshed. Her wet hair was wrapped in a towel. When she passed by the living room, she couldn't help but glance at the TV. A show. At this moment, Boss Luo turned around and looked at the girl behind him. He smiled and said, "Do you want to watch it together? It seems that the plot is about to start." The girl glanced at the content of the show. On the screen, a ferocious metal spider was pressing on a humanoid robot and attacking crazily. Occasionally, some children's frightened expressions would flash across the screen. What? Only stinky otakus like this kind of boring robot battle. How old are you? Why do you still like to watch this kind of thing? The girl pouted. I don't need to watch the show to know the ending. Anyway, evil will be defeated by justice in the end. I'm not interested. I'm going back to my room. Okay, sleep early. Boss Luo nodded. The girl snorted lightly. After taking a bottle of milk from the fridge, she walked into her room. But soon the door was opened again. The girl said quickly, "Don't sneak in and cover me with a blanket when I'm sleeping." Before Boss Luo responded, the girl quickly put up a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. Then she closed the door. Boss Luo blinked and smiled. Then he changed into a more comfortable sitting position and looked at the TV screen again. He said softly, 7 relics, 7 holy weapons. Some impressions that didn't seem to belong to him, but also seemed to belong to him originally, flashed across his mind. The scene on the TV screen changed. Soon it came to a dark stone room. In the stone room, a girl who had been tortured trembled slightly and slowly opened her eyes. At the same time, the iron door of the stone room was pushed open with a squeak. A child wearing a checkered trench coat and holding a pipe in his mouth flashed into the room. Seeing this, Boss Luo snapped his fingers, and a cup of coffee appeared on the table. He picked up the coffee and took a sip. Then he changed into a more comfortable sitting position. Then he lowered the volume of the TV. Chapter 2170. The roaring sound reverberated in the narrow cockpit. If it was a normal person, they probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Yulia carefully observed that the Qingtian leader didn't have ears. Bang! Finally, the door of the cockpit was pierced through. A sharp claw had already broken through the cockpit. The sharp claw was only a palm's distance away from the two people. Yulia had already given up on staying by the Qingtian leader's side. Half of her body had already turned into mist, ready to escape at any moment. Second charge complete. Kairos will be activated again. At this moment, the system wizard that hadn't moved for a long time appeared on the screen once again. It spread its wings and flew high up in the sky. At the same time, the dawn armor instantly emitted a golden light. On the field, the dawn armor that was pressed on the ground suddenly pushed up the evil spirit titan on its body. Then it raised its leg and kicked the evil spirit titan away. With the thrusters, the dawn armor stood up again. 2 broken blades shot out from the leg armor of the dawn armor. In an instant, Kairos held the 2 electromagnetic blades in its hands and directly attacked the other evil spirit's titan. Collision wrestling. Facing the giant evil spirit Titan, Karos was only a third of its body, but it didn't fall behind at all. It even flipped over the Titan that was wrestling with it and used the electromagnetic blades in its hands to stab the Titan's abdomen. At this moment, in the cockpit, the Qingtian leader and Yulia looked at each other. Their hands weren't on the control ball, but it was currently spinning rapidly. It's awakening mode again, and it's without a pilot. The Qingtian leader frowned. No, there's a pilot. It can only be said that the Dawn armor automatically entered the awakening mode without a pilot? Could it be that the mysterious crystal box that Professor Katz brought out from the ancient ruins was really different? No, it should be the same. Senior Yulia looked elsewhere. She decided that she would never tell anyone about her past at Star Creations. However, no matter what, the leader of the Qingtian heaved a sigh of relief and said, "We're saved for now." From the looks of it, there are only so many evil spirit titans in this place. It's only a matter of time before we defeat them. As he spoke, the leader of the Qingtian suddenly reached out to the driver's seat and sat down. He seemed to have pulled something. The middle door of the driver's seat opened instantly, and a cold wind blew in. "Leader, what are you doing?" Yulia was instantly alarmed. "Since the armor can fight on its own, there's no point in us staying here." The leader of the Qingtian said quickly, "Also, this is the 4th relic site. After the catastrophe, no one has come close to a relic like this. The country of ghosts guards the ruins very tightly. If it weren't for the war armor's crazy advance in the state of awakening mode, which made the country of ghosts unable to react in time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have come here so easily." So, the ghosts came out of the relic. The leader of the Qingtian took a deep breath and said, "If we hadn't discovered the relic, humans wouldn't have almost disappeared. Since the ghosts were originally sealed in the relic, maybe there's a way to seal them again." As he spoke, the leader of the Qingtian jumped out of the driver's seat and landed on the ground. Then, he quickly ran toward the dormitory building. "Follow him." Yulia also floated out of the driver's seat without thinking. Only the Dawn War armor, with its door wide open, was left to deal with the 4 giant evil spirit titans. It should be an activity room. Sister Selin opened her eyes with difficulty. She was sitting against the wall. Not far away, Madanzo was drinking water from the water dispenser. He came to Sister Selin with a paper cup in his hand. The nun subconsciously wanted to catch the blanket, but when she raised her hand and moved her fingers slightly, a bone-piercing pain instantly flooded her nerves. Sister Selin broke out in cold sweat, and her face contorted in pain. Her hand, all 10 of her fingers, most likely all of the finger bones, had been shattered. "Don't move. I'll feed you." Madanzo said softly, "You are a strong child. Listen to me. Try not to think about your fingers. It will only make you feel more pain." "My back is also in pain," Sister Selin said weakly. Madanzo did not say anything. He only brought the cup to Sister Selin's lips. When he rescued her from the stone room, the girl's back was badly mutilated. But just as she took a sip of the water, Sister Selin coughed violently. The whole cup was dyed red by the blood she coughed out. What happened? Madanzo could not help but frown. "Did the headmaster hit you with a blunt weapon?" No. Sister Selin shook her head. "Whip, pliers, and a needle." "Needle? What needle?" "I don't know. It seems to have injected me with something. It's so cold." Madanzo quickly pressed his finger on Sister Selin's carotid artery. His frown deepened. Why did it suddenly turn dark? Did you turn off the light?" Madanzo opened his mouth and waved his palm in front of Sister Selin's eyes. Sister Selin did not respond. He was silent for a moment and tried to speak softly. "There's a power outage. There seems to be a fight outside. They probably broke the power line." No wonder, it's so dark." Sister Selin said weakly, "It's so noisy. Don't talk first." Madanzo lifted Sister Selin's arm and put it on his shoulder. He helped her up. Your wound needs to be treated. I want to find a place to stop the bleeding." As if he felt that they could not walk quickly, Medanzo simply carried Sister Selin on his back. Sister Selin could feel it, but she did not have the strength to speak. She could only lie on his back. It's so dark. The feeling of not being able to see anything was so scary. She could not help but use all her strength to hug Medanzo's neck. Sister Selin. There seemed to be someone calling her. In the extreme darkness, her hearing became sharper. It seemed to be Kelly's voice from the orphanage. But soon, Sister Selin felt that it was an auditory hallucination caused by her injury. Kelly, the orphanage's children, how did they end up in this strange and dangerous strange world? Sister Selin, I really want the children to go back and belong to me. Wake up, Sister Selin. Wake up. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. I am so cold. Think of something. Think of something. Anything is fine. Just think of the Holy Maiden. Imagine yourself becoming a real Holy Maiden and bathing under the radiance of the sage. Isn't that your dream? Once upon a time, but Sister Selin's voice whispered into Medanzo's ears. But what? He just wanted to talk to her and keep her awake. Anything is fine. Sage. Sage doesn't like me. How is that possible? Medanzo quickly said, As long as it's a sage, there won't be anyone who doesn't like you. Believe me, I like you very much. Sage doesn't like me, Sister Selin said dreamily. Last time during the last ceremony when the sage looked at me, he didn't like me at all, not at all. I must be unqualified. Last ceremony? Medanzo frowned and said with a deep voice, that so-called sage is just... What did you say? I can't hear you clearly, I said. Medanzo took a deep breath. You will definitely become a holy maiden. Thank you. Sister Selin said softly. Mr. Asakes also said the same thing. But I think I might have to disappoint you. Selin. I'm fine, but I can't hold on for long. In the corridor, Medanzo suddenly stopped and turned around. His face was almost touching Sister Selin's face. He felt the gentle breath and sighed, Believer, just give me one. Those bastards from the Palace of Blazing Angels, they didn't leave a single one after eating me up. I'm so angry. A huge black shadow suddenly shrouded them. Medanzo subconsciously looked out of the corridor window and saw a huge evil spirit Titan smashing toward them. Boom! The dormitory building was smashed into pieces again. Blazing rays of light shot out from the mouth of the evil spirit Titan. Not only the field, the entire park was engulfed in flames. Amidst the endless sparks, the two giant evil spirits Titan had lost their ability to move. The dawn armor, Kairos, was still fighting against the remaining evil spirit Titan. On the ground, some figures had fallen. Big ones, small ones. Although they were all dead, the total number was not small. There were the children of the orphanage and the caretakers of the park who were affected by the battle. Their lives were fragile, and they were devoured by the flames, tens, hundreds. At this moment, a white figure was watching all this from the sky with an expressionless face. It was the welfare officer of the kingdom, one of the evil spirit knights, Phoenix. Although the one hatched this time is a special grade Titan, the Dawn Armor. S power is not as strong as before. However, the power of the Dawn Armor does not seem to be as strong as expected. Is it because there is no pilot? Observing the movements of the fifth Dawn Armor, Phoenix easily saw the cockpit in the middle of the armor. According to the information, the leader of the resistance, Fairski, drove the armor all the way into the depths. Where is he? Could it be? Suddenly, the evil spirit knight of the kingdom seemed to have realized something. He frowned and flew toward another building. The moment he landed, the welfare officer of the kingdom turned his hand toward the back of Dawn Armor, Kairos, and shot out a dark red ray of light from his palm. It was a sneak attack, and it instantly broke through the rear thrusters of the armor, causing Kairos to lose its balance. Soon, the two evil spirit Titan crashed into Kairos and pushed Kairos away. The welfare officer of the kingdom casually glanced at the scene and then walked into the building. She remembered someone saying that this was the final radiance of the setting sun. Sister Celian felt that she had regained some strength. Her hands, back, even the pain in her body seemed to have lessened by quite a bit. However, her surroundings were still pitch black. "Madanzo! Madanzo!" she called out, but there was no response. At that moment, she suddenly felt weightless. Then, something fell and her body was thrown away. She didn't know what happened. Sister Celian crawled up with difficulty. She reached out her hands to feel her surroundings and slowly moved forward. Faintly, she seemed to have heard a soft crying sound. It was getting closer and closer. The crying sound. Who is there? Who? At that moment, Sister Celian felt something pouncing on her and hugging her waist. It seemed to be a child. Sister Celian instinctively stroked the child's head and said softly, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." It wasn't Madanzo's voice. It was a little girl's voice. "Don't be afraid," Sister Celian said softly. This little girl was unable to escape from the dormitory building in time during the explosion due to the chaos. Because she was scared, she hid in the corridor. Now, most of the dormitory building had collapsed. The little girl could only be trapped in the building. "What's your name?" Sister Celian asked softly. "Miss Celian, my name is Sha. The little girl wiped her tears and replied with a sobbing tone. Sister Celian patted the child's head and asked curiously, Sha, you know me?" "Yes, I know you." The little girl nodded. "You are the new caretaker, miss. A few days ago, when you were giving out food, you accidentally spilled the food. Sha was also in the cafeteria at that time. She saw it. That's why she remembered." "I am quite clumsy sometimes," Sister Celian said self-deprecatingly. "This child should be about the same age as Kelly and the others." She rubbed the tear stains on the little girl's face and then hugged Sha. She had already explored the surroundings. This was most likely a completely collapsed space. There was simply no way out, let alone a way out. Even the air was gradually running out. "Sister Celian, I am so sleepy." Sha, don't talk. Breathe a little softer. Don't be afraid. Someone will come and save us. Really, maybe. Sister Celian gently cupped Sha's face. She could not even look at her. She knew that the child's eyes must be filled with fear. "Really?" she said with incomparable determination. "That's great. I really want to eat borscht." Sha leaned in her arms. Sha loves borscht the most. But Potter, he always wants to snatch it from Sha. I hate him the most. Maybe he likes you a lot. That's why he made you unhappy. I don't like him." The little girl's voice gradually weakened. Sha like Xiao Ye's brother." Shaking her head, Celian could not help but sigh. However, at this moment, the surroundings were still trembling. She could not help but worry that this space would collapse at any moment and they would be buried here. Soon, this worry became a reality. She could already feel the gravel beginning to fall on her body. She could not just sit there and wait for death. She shook Sha in her arms, but saw that Sha had no reaction. Sister Celian was so frightened that she quickly helped the child up. At this moment, she felt that her palms seemed to have touched something wet. It's blood. There was a wound on Sha's abdomen. Celine felt that her palms were sticky blood. Why did I only notice it now? She could not see. She knew. She did not believe Madanzo's words that the power was cut off. She really could not see. She just did not want to make Madanzo worry. But why did she only notice it now? Sha! Save her! Save her! It's okay. I will get you out now. Get you out. She struggled to get up. Without thinking, She threw herself to the side and hit her head on the stone floor. However, she did not cry out in pain. She even began to use her almost crippled hands to dig at the rubble in front of her. Even the slightest movement caused a suffocating pain. It was as though she was possessed. "We can get out. We can get out. Sha sha. Why can't we dig it out? Why can't I dig it out?" Her cracked fingers left crisscrossing trails of blood on the sharp tiles. Sister Celine broke down and cried loudly. Behind her, there was a small life that was slowly fading away. "Saint, please listen to my prayer." In despair, the nun lady clasped her broken hands together and placed them before her forehead. "It's fine if you don't like me. It's fine if you hate me, but here, there is a life that needs saving. Saint." Only her voice echoed in this small, collapsed space. But in this strange and dangerous time, she could not even pray. Her consciousness was gradually fading away. She could not even maintain her posture of praying and fell to the ground. "Sister Celine, Sister Celine, I heard the voices of the children in the orphanage again. Sister Celine, I want to go back. I want to go home and leave. Saint, please listen to me for the last time, for the last time. Celine." In the darkness, a speck of light flickered in front of her. It seemed to be the light of her dream, the light of the Holy Maiden's ceremony. She wanted to reach out and grab it. However, it was very far away. "Celine, are you willing to believe in me?" Belief, it seems. I seem to have heard this voice somewhere before. Madanzo's voice? That's right. If you believe in me, you can save this child. However, if you believe in me, you will have to give up your original belief. You know what this means. This means that you have betrayed the saint of the free cities. You have betrayed everything from your birth until now. You will become a blasphemer. Even if you believe in me, you will not be able to become a petitioner or even a God's chosen. You will be labeled as a traitor for the rest of your life. Blasphemy, that's right. Changing your belief means that you have abandoned the saint of the free cities. It means that you have given up everything, your will, your spirit, your soul. You will not even be accepted by the Holy Light Kingdom. You will forever lose the qualifications to return to the Pure Land. However, if you persist in not changing your belief, you will even be able to ascend. That is because even before death, you will be unwavering. You will be accepted by the true heaven. You can save Shasha. I can only save you. Even if you believe in me, with my strength, I can only save one. Then I'll leave it to you. You must save her. She extended her hand to grab the distant light that was emitting a faint light in the darkness. She was about to grab it. However, the faint light seemed to be hesitating. It flickered and moved away slightly. Have you thought it through? Have you really thought it through? For a strange child, she might not even thank you. As for you, you will lose everything. Also, have you forgotten about those children in the orphanage who are waiting for you to return? If the one in danger is Kelly. Sister Celine propped herself up. If it is Diana, if it is any one of the children in the family, then it will be natural. But, could it be that Shasha and Kelly are different? They are waiting for me to return. There will also be people waiting for Shasha. She finally grabbed hold of the light and said softly, "Everyone is equal, but there needs to be someone to protect this equality. This is what Mr. Asakes told me. It is what the sage's saying said. I feel that even if he is just spouting nonsense, it is actually quite good. Metatron, my name is Metatron." Then she held the faint light in her heart and murmured, "I believe in you. I offer you everything I have, Metatron." In a split second, somewhere deep within the dormitory building, a huge radiance suddenly shot up into the sky. "I believe in you. I offer you everything I have, Metatron." The voice of that young girl rang out like the wind in the free city. It was a voice that caused the entire free city to sink into a huge silence. Celine, this is not. Sinner, she is a sinner. How could this be? Sorrowful voices instantly sounded like a wave. The people knelt on the ground in grief. She is not wrong. Amidst the sound of the waves, a weak voice of resistance abruptly rang out. It caused the people in the surroundings to look over in shock and fear. Celian, you are not wrong. The weak voice of resistance said for the second time. It even sounded stronger. You are not wrong. Chapter 2171. The red flames illuminated a large area of the night sky. Sparks could be seen moving about amidst the blazing heat. On the small path of the park, the brother and sister who wanted to escape from the orphanage were panting as they ran. Big brother, many people died. Don't look, we can't save them. I know, it's just that, right at this moment, Lilia's big brother suddenly pulled Lilia and stopped her. At the same time, a long and narrow shadow flashed before the eyes of the two of them. A crackling sound was heard. What appeared before their eyes was a long and thin leather whip. A very long leather whip. Little Yez's big brother immediately frowned and stared at the end of the leather whip. At the end of the whip, a figure was slowly walking out from the shadows of the night sky and the flames. Director! After Lilia, who was hiding behind her big brother, saw the appearance of the person who came, she couldn't help but grab her big brother's clothes and completely hide behind him. Little Yez's big brother had a grave expression on his face. The moment the director walked out, his expression changed into one of overjoyed. Director, it's truly great to be able to see you. We are saved. At this moment, the director, Madame Marianne, said with a faint smile on her face, Is that so? Did the two of you really think that way? Little Yez's big brother acted as if he didn't understand the hidden meaning in her words. He quickly took a few steps forward and said, Director, my younger sister and I know that we were wrong. We won't hide any more. Please save us. Madame Marianne raised her hand, and the long whip on the ground instantly coiled around Little Yez's big brother's neck like a dancing viper. The whip coiled around and pulled Little Yez's big brother toward Madame Marianne. Madame Marianne casually grabbed Little Yez's big brother by the collar. Director, what are you doing? Little Yez's big brother revealed a frightened expression. There's no need to act. Madame Marianne said indifferently, Since you call me director, you should know that I am very familiar with the children in the park, and I am also familiar with you. All along, you have been the most outstanding person in all aspects. For you to reveal such an incompetent appearance is a mistake. Xiaoya, run! In an instant, Little Yez's brother screamed. At the same time, he tore his clothes with both hands. Several steel needles shot out from the torn clothes. This was an almost face-to-face attack. The needles were shot directly at Madame Marianne's face. One of the steel needles pierced directly into Madame Marianne's left eye. She shouted at the same time, and Xiaoya took the opportunity to kick Madame Marianne's abdomen to get away. The moment he escaped, Xiaoya's big brother immediately ran toward Xiaoya, grabbed her arm, and rushed toward the place where the fire was burning fiercely. Trying to escape? Madame Marianne's angry voice instantly rang in the siblings' ears. At the same time, something seemed to wrap around the siblings' legs. They instantly lost their balance and fell to the ground, unable to struggle free. Madame Marianne covered her left eye with one hand. There were still several striking steel needles stuck in her face. I still underestimated you, and I was too kind. She pulled the whip and quickly dragged the brother and sister, who had their legs entangled by the whip, towards her. With a sinister expression, she said, I've already stayed in this place long enough, and I don't want to wait any longer. Since you guys still haven't entered the proper path, then don't blame me for destroying everything here. Suddenly, Madame Marianne took out a dagger and was about to stab Xiaoya. The world without the protagonist will collapse, and the pages can't be hidden, right? Madame Marianne sneered. After dealing with you, it's time to deal with the thief who stole the special pages. The dagger stabbed down, but Xiaoya's big brother directly stood in front of Xiaoya. The dagger stabbed into the arm of Xiao Ye's big brother. Blood flowed out from the eyes and drew a few bloodlines on Madame Marianne's face. But she seemed to be unaware of it. "It's useless. It's the same if I kill you first." As she said, she lifted the dagger, and the next moment the dagger directly stabbed into the heart of Xiao Ye's big brother. At this moment, Xiao Ye's big brother gritted his teeth and still took out a feather from his arms. The moment the feather was taken out, it directly burst out a dazzling light. "This is holy light." Madame Marian immediately cried out in alarm, and even instinctively retreated a few steps. One of her eyes had already been pierced, and under the illumination of the radiance, the remaining eye actually burned as if it was on fire, and the pain pierced her heart. Ah! She then covered her eyes with both hands, and let out a miserable scream that was close to a wail. Seeing this, little Ye's older brother hurriedly untied the whip. After helping his younger sister up, he quickly retreated. However, at this moment, the head of the garden, Madame Marian, picked up the whip once again. She was unable to find her target, but she was wildly whipping her surroundings. "You can't escape! You can't escape!" However, at this moment, from the side, a huge thing rushed over crazily and instantly pressed down on the crazy Madame Marianne. It was actually a huge humanoid machine. It pressed Madame Marianne under its body, and at the same time, it continued to slide on the ground and instantly scraped a huge pit on the ground. It didn't stop until it was more than 10 meters away. Xiao Ye's big brother opened his mouth, looking at this battered humanoid machine. This machine seemed to have fought with those huge spiders in the dormitory building. "Big brother!" Xiao Ye screamed at this time. Xiao Ye's big brother subconsciously looked over. What he saw was Madame Marianne, who was pressed under the huge humanoid machine. At this time, Madame Marianne's body was badly mutilated, and one of her arms was completely scraped off. At this time, Madame Marianne was pressed down, unable to free herself, but at this time, she looked even more ferocious, like a demon. She let out a horrifying roar, and her bleeding eyes stared at the brother and sister duo. Seeing this, Xiao Ye's big brother gritted his teeth and resolutely rushed forward. He picked up the dagger that Madame Marianne had dropped on the ground. "Brat!" Xiao Ye's big brother directly jumped out, and with the momentum of inertia, he held the dagger tightly with both hands and directly stabbed it into Madame Marianne's forehead. More than half of the dagger directly pierced into her forehead. "Brat!" "I don't know." Madame Marianne's voice came to an abrupt halt. Her mouth split open. Seemingly having something to say, Xiao Ye's big brother gritted his teeth again, both hands holding the dagger tightly, and with a forceful twist, the blade of the dagger directly twisted twice into Madame Marianne's brain. "Big brother." Xiao Ye's big brother shook his head and wanted to stand up. However, he found that Madame Marianne's remaining hand was tightly gripping his ankle. He used a great deal of strength to pry open Madame Marianne's hand. "Big brother, you scared me to death." Xiao Ye's big brother used his clothes to wipe off the blood on his hand, but he was unable to wipe it clean. He then pulled his sleeve to cover his hand and gently rubbed Xiao Ye's head. "I am all right. What about the director?" "She should be completely dead." Xiao Ye's big brother lowered his head and glanced at her. Then his expression changed slightly. At this moment, Madame Marianne's body was visibly fading away. In the end, it became a pile of fluorescent light, which scattered away and finally disappeared. He could not help but frown, seemingly thinking about something. At this moment, Xiao Ye's big brother abruptly raised his head. He saw that a huge shadow had appeared above his head, the evil spirit Titan. The abdomen of the evil spirit Titan suddenly split open, revealing numerous cannon muzzles. Seeing that the cannon muzzles were flashing with red light, Xiao Ye's big brother did not hesitate to pull Xiao Ye up and plunge into the hatch of the huge humanoid machine that was lying on the ground. He just wanted to find a place to take cover that was closest to him. Rumble, rumble. The cannon muzzles on the evil spirit Titan's abdomen instantly shot out, bombarding the humanoid machine on the ground indiscriminately. Inside the hatch, Xiao Ye's big brother held his little sister tightly in his arms. The strong impact made him feel as though his body was about to fall apart. "Put your hand on the control sphere." "Who is it?" Amidst the continuous explosions, an incomparably clear human voice suddenly rang in Xiao Ye's big brother's ears, or perhaps it rang in his heart. It was a voice that seemed to be able to make people feel at ease. It was a man's voice. However, the voice that had suddenly appeared didn't answer his question. "I won't harm you, because to a certain extent, harming you is the same as harming myself." "What? You don't have time." The speed of the voice suddenly increased. Xiao Ye's big brother clenched his teeth and directly pressed his palm on the sphere beside the seat. In an instant, the entire cockpit burst out with a strong golden radiance. The golden radiance instantly covered the entire body of the huge humanoid machine. At the same time, under the cover of the golden radiance, the broken screen in the cockpit quickly repaired itself. A blue bird suddenly appeared with its wings spread out. "Kairos has been activated again. The conditions for the ultimate awakening mode have been met. Awakened." As the blue bird's voice rang out, the gigantic humanoid machine instantly rushed into the sky. The thrusters on its back had been restored, and even 6 fixed light wings had been ejected. The armor on its body was flowing with golden light. At this moment, the evil spirit Titan on the ground raised its head and instantly opened its terrifying mouth. A dark red light condensed in its mouth. "Jet!" Kairos instantly dived down and grabbed the dark red light beam with one hand. It broke through the light beam bit by bit and finally grabbed the evil spirit Titan's head. Crushed. The moment the evil spirit Titan's head was crushed, it was also the moment when it was completely paralyzed and fell to the ground. The golden Kairos stood in front of the evil spirit Titan. Like a king at this moment, Kairos slowly opened its palm, and shockingly, there was an unconscious child lying on its palm. In the cockpit, Xiao Ye's big brother quickly analyzed the situation in front of him. His voice was filled with bitterness. He looked at the screen and saw the child lying on the palm of Kairos. It's Awang. In front of them, several huge black shadows quickly approached. It was the huge evil spirit Titan again. The heads of these evil spirits Titan were the children who lived in the same dorm as him. "Just now, I didn't have a choice, but now." Xiao Ye's big brother sighed. "I want to save you." In the hallway, the leader of the Qingtian quickly ran. He didn't hesitate at all when he encountered the stairs and forks. Then the leader of the Qingtian stopped in front of a room. Yulia had already caught up. When she saw the leader of the Qingtian kick open the door, she blinked her eyes. However, the leader of the Qingtian directly walked into the room. In front of her was an office, and the leader of the Qingtian was looking for something in the room. "Leader, what are you looking for?" "Tell me, I'll help." "The entrance to the ruin is here." The leader of the Qingtian didn't turn his head and said, "There should be a mechanism to open the entrance here. You should also look for it." "Leader, you seem to be very familiar with this place." Senior Yulia didn't move at this time. Instead, she stared straight at one of the leaders of the human resistance army. The leader of the Qingtian said indifferently, "Not only this place, but I've also removed all the facilities and layouts built on top of the ruin." Senior Sister Yulia couldn't help but be stunned. Ghosts like to eat humans, so they keep a large number of humans in captivity. The leader of the Qingtian said quickly, "The number of humans in the country of ghosts is far greater than the number of people in the resistance army's base camp. We have been sending radio signals to the country of ghosts to find the forces hiding in the kingdom who want to resist. After so many years of hard work, there will be some results." "So this is the information of a mole?" Yulia was stunned. "Then the mole of this place?" The leader of the Qingtian shook his head. "We haven't been able to contact him for half a year. I think he's probably dead." Found him. The leader of the Qingtian quickly pushed away a painting hanging on the wall, revealing the dent on the wall. It seems that we still need a key. The leader of the Qingtian frowned, but he didn't know what to do. Let me try, Yulia suddenly said. As she spoke, she walked to the groove in the wall under the surprised gaze of the leader of Fersky. She reached out her hand and pressed it on the groove. Not long after, the wall moved away from both sides one by one, revealing the entrance of an elevator. What's wrong with you? The leader of the Qingtian looked at the woman in front of him suspiciously. Oh, I can. Yulia smiled mysteriously and said, There's no lock in this world that I can't open. Well, the heart of a man doesn't count. The leader of the Qingtian remained silent for a while. Then he walked directly into the elevator. Compliment me. Boom. The elevator had been activated, and it quickly went deeper into the ground. Amidst the flames of war, the golden dawn armor tore apart another evil spirit titan with its bare hands and dug out the child that was connected to the head of the evil spirit. There are 2 more. Big Brother lowered his head and looked at Lilia, who was sitting in his arms, and said softly, Soon I will take you out of here. As he spoke, the golden battle armor struck again, charging towards the other titan. At the same time, at the huge scar where Ms. Marianne disappeared, dots of fluorescent light suddenly gathered, and the fluorescent light condensed into a figure. The figure that appeared was a woman wearing an ice blue robe, a crown on her head, and a bulging belly. The woman looked up at Karos and muttered to herself, Although I failed to destroy the plot, I seem to have found the plot point. I didn't lose this clone of Marianne for nothing. Well, since it's like this, I'll speed up the plot. After saying that, the woman spread out her hands between her hands. A golden book slowly opened. In the night sky, the clouds that were illuminated by the flames began to churn. The thick clouds changed, and a huge vortex was formed. Within the vortex, the face of an evil spirit could be vaguely seen. In the distance, the welfare officer of the kingdom looked through the window and saw the evil spirit face in the vortex. He could not help but reveal a look of shock. His Majesty Katz has arrived so quickly. At this moment, the communication device in Phoenix, the welfare officer, suddenly vibrated violently. His brows furrowed even deeper, and he turned on the communication device. It was a message from one of the frontline defense officers under his command. Lord Phoenix, the human resistance army suddenly appeared in the hinterland of the kingdom. They are less than 20 kilometers away from your current location. Dawn combat armor. The human resistance army has mobilized all of their dawn combat armor. There is also a large number of combat troops. They seem to want to fight to the death. News came from various places. The ruins suddenly shook violently. The reason is unknown. After reading the message, a violent tremor spread out from the underground of the park. The eyes of the welfare officer of the kingdom turned serious, and he directly took off his human skin to assume the appearance of the evil spirit knight. If you like Trafford's Buyers Club, please bookmark. Trafford's Buyers Club's new book, Hage, is the fastest to update. Chapter 2172. As the elevator descended, the lights kept flashing on the 2 of them. Silence until a sound of metal clashing rang out, and the elevator came to a stop. The leader of the Qingtian team and Senior Yulia walked out of the elevator and saw a huge stone door. Have you been here before? Senior Yulia suddenly asked. Leader, is this the ruin that you discovered back then? It's the 4th ruin that was discovered, so it's called the 4th ruin. The leader of the Qingtian team said nonchalantly. In fact, there's not much difference in the time between each ruin's excavation. Maybe there's something behind it. What's inside? Senior Yulia asked with a frown. I don't know. The leader of the Qingtian team shook his head. You don't know. Back then, the excavation team had just opened the door. Before we could go in, strange things had already happened. The team members went crazy, and we had no choice but to leave. We only brought out a secret box of crystals. The leader of the Qingtian team shook his head. What if there's nothing inside? If the ruin is useless, the evil spirits wouldn't have spent so much effort to build special facilities at each ruin. The leader of the Qingtian team suddenly frowned. This door seems to have been opened not long ago. Someone has been here. The entrance is hidden in the director's office, so it's not strange that someone has been here. Senior sister, Yulia, shrugged and said, If it were me, I would come here every few days to check. It's very normal. Then, leader, can you open this door? The leader of the Qingtian team walked up to the stone door and took out a necklace from his collar. It was a finger-long crystal polyhedron, and it was emitting a faint purple-red light. A series of rumbling noises sounded at the same time, and the stone door began to move. When the door opened wide enough for one person to pass through, the leader of the Qingtian impatiently squeezed his way in. There was another space behind the stone door. After passing through a long and narrow passage, what appeared in front of them was actually a majestic temple building. On top of the temple, there was a huge light source. The leader of the Qingtian had already rushed to the center of the temple. Bathing in the golden light, Kairos was half squatting on the ground. He slowly lowered his hands and placed the last child he dug out from Titan's head on the ground. On the ground, Awang and the other children were also placed side by side. The battle with Titan was over. At present, there were no more Titan appearing in the park. Inside the cockpit, brother, Lilia subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. However, her roommates were unconscious at this time, and their vital signs seemed to be very weak. Brother, couldn't help but show a trace of worry. He should go and find a medical center. Although he didn't leave this enclosed park, he had tried everything in his mind. However, when he wanted to save people, Kairos' hand suddenly shone on the children on the ground. His hand emitted a golden light that shone on the children. At the same time, the children's vital signs began to strengthen. Controlled by mind power? Brother, Lilia looked at the little blue bird with its wings spread out on the screen in surprise. Was it this little blue bird that made the sound that asked her to touch the control ball? At this moment, Lilia, who was sitting in her arms, suddenly trembled, and her face turned pale. She seemed to be frightened of something. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Lilia's state was a little off, and she was repeatedly muttering something. Lilia's brother anxiously held her shoulders, but he saw that Lilia's current state was the same as when she occasionally entered the listener's state. What's coming? It's coming. Following Lilia's sudden scream, the night sky was illuminated by flames, and the wind and clouds changed. The dark red cloud swirled, and a ferocious face of an evil spirit appeared in the middle of the whirlpool. The wind whistled, and the biting cold wind caused the temperature to drop rapidly, extinguishing the fire in the park. However, the sky was still dark red. From the middle of the whirlpool, a 3-meter-tall figure slowly descended. It was a fellow with an ancient armor and a black cloak. After landing, it appeared not far from Kairos. It stared at Kairos and said, "The power of holiness has finally appeared. The hero's heart has been activated, so the other hero's hearts should appear soon." "Who are you, brother?" Lilia asked in a deep voice from the cockpit. "Me." The armor spoke again, and it sounded like a chuckle. "Cats, emperor of evil spirits." "You are." "Brother," Lilia's expression couldn't help but become serious. Through the knowledge that Lilia's listen gave him, he put together a radio and received intermittent information from the human resistance army. Although there was a lot missing, he could roughly guess. This armored giant was the emperor of the country of evil spirits. Perhaps he was also the legendary philanthropist of this orphanage. In an instant, brother, Lilia's hands pressed on the control ball. The wings of light on Kairos' S-back instantly activated. The size of the dawn armor was twice the size of the Wraith Emperor Kaz, and this seemed to be a situation where the Wraith Emperor had the upper hand. The fist of the armor smashed down, but the Wraith Emperor easily caught it. He lightly squeezed. Dawn armor. S hand was directly crushed and deformed. In the cockpit, brother, Little Ya's eyes widened. At the same time, he moved his mind, and the shattered wrist of the armor instantly fell off. And then he jumped back 3 times in a row, increasing the distance between him and the evil Spirit Emperor. Very decisive. The evil Spirit Emperor casually tossed the broken hand on the ground and chuckled. This doesn't seem like something a normal child would do, although I've never paid much attention to these orphanages built on ruins. It seems that once there are enough of them, there will always be some with potential. Thank you for your praise. Brother, Little Ya calmly said, if you can tell me how to defeat you, I will be eternally grateful. What a child. The evil Spirit Emperor seemed to find this interesting and changed the topic. Submit to me. Do not think about resisting me. Submit to me, and I will make you the prince of the evil spirits. Other than me, you will possess everything in this world. Everything you want will also be at your fingertips. A beam of light suddenly shot out from afar and struck the Wraith Emperor's body in an instant. The shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust, and in the distance, a faint golden light could be seen, similar to the light released by Kairos. It was rapidly heading towards the garden and quickly landed on the ground. This was a giant humanoid machine similar to Kairos. The only difference was that this dawn armor was carrying a large electromagnetic cannon. Third armor, present. Your Majesty, Evil Spirit Emperor, nice to meet you. How are you? The voice that came from the third armor was a slightly playful female voice. At this time, the third armor raised its electromagnetic cannon again and pointed it at the area covered in dust. At the same time, a woman with fiery red hair suddenly appeared on the screen of Kairos' cockpit. You are the pilot of the fifth armor? And a child? The woman showed an expression of disbelief. Although the Qingtian leader's actions are a bit strange, letting a child sit on the dawn armor is really... And who are you? Little Ya, brother, abruptly asked. Kaliana, the pilot of the third armor. Althea, nice to meet you. How are you? The woman with fiery red hair chuckled. Currently single, currently looking for a boyfriend. Little Ya, brother, went silent, then her expression changed. Be careful, the evil Spirit Emperor is fine. As the smoke dispersed, the black cloak slowly opened up like a large cocoon, and the evil Ghost Emperor appeared once again. Completely unscathed, the Emperor casually glanced at Althea, who was wearing the third battle armor, before looking at the night sky. Not too far away, there were 3 similar flashing golden lights approaching at high speed. The Resistance's dawn. The evil Spirit Emperor coldly chuckled. After so many years, you lot are actually willing to crawl out from your turtle shell. Kaliana immediately pulled the trigger of the electromagnetic cannon, causing a large amount of energy to gather at the muzzle. Your Majesty, it's fine if we don't come out, but if we do, there will be bloodshed. Fire! The third armor, Althea's leg armor, instantly grabbed onto the ground, sending a faint blue beam of light towards the evil Spirit Emperor. But this obviously didn't scare the evil Spirit Emperor who had ruled this world for so many years. He simply raised his hand and caught the incoming beam of light. Even after the beam's power was exhausted, the evil Spirit Emperor didn't even take a single step back. On the other hand, the body of the electromagnetic cannon had already entered a cooling state due to the high temperature. Inside the cockpit, Kaliana couldn't help but stick out her tongue. That's a bit of a foul, Your Majesty. Right at this moment, a golden figure suddenly appeared behind the evil Spirit Emperor. It was a dawn armor, wielding a pair of blades, which instantly slashed towards the back of the evil Spirit Emperor's head. As the blades slashed down, the evil Spirit Emperor's black cloak suddenly fluttered. In the end, the blades only managed to tear the cloak apart, but the evil Spirit Emperor had already disappeared without a trace. At this point, he had already stepped into the air. At this time, inside Kairos' cockpit, The screen split into two. This time, what appeared on the screen was a silver-haired woman with a cold expression, completely different from Caliana. This silver-haired woman spoke with a stern tone. "Caliana, you're too reckless." Caliana stuck out her tongue. "It's a great opportunity. It's not that I didn't expect this evil spirit emperor to be so tough. He took 2 hits and was completely fine." The silver-haired woman indifferently said, "If the evil spirit emperor was that easy to deal with, we would have already overthrown the ghost country's rule. Now is not the time to joke around. Hopefully, you'll be able to help." The last sentence was clearly said to little Yez, big brother. As soon as she said that, the dawn armor, wielding the pair of blades, unfurled a pair of silver wings on her back and slashed towards the evil spirit emperor in the sky. The evil spirit emperor calmly dodged, like a cat toying with a mouse. "Don't mind her. She's Meshi, the pilot of the second Kurlet. She's always been like this, but she's actually very nice to people. Furthermore, Meshi's biggest fear is celery, as well as man's mushroom." Little Yez, big brother, remained silent. While remaining silent, the pair of blades Kurlet that was attacking the evil spirit emperor took some time to open the cuff cannon on its wrist armor and fired it at one of its companions who had a big mouth. Little Yez, big brother, went silent again. He received information about the resistance army through the radio. That resistance army, under the protection of these 2, stubbornly resisting the evil spirit's rule? Too slow. The evil spirit emperor's voice was heard. As soon as the voice was heard, a flash of light fell to the ground. It was the second Kurlet. At this time, the evil spirit emperor had already taken out a large black sword. After landing, Kurlet wasn't damaged at all. It quickly adjusted its posture and retreated to the side of the third Althea. In the sky, the remaining 2 streaks of light had arrived. One of them was wielding a knight's spear, while the other was wielding a large silver sword. The one on the left with the spear is our big sister, Argonaut, as pilot Gamma. The one on the right with the large sword is Alpha, as pilot Reina. Remember that, little friend. At the same time, the second Kurlet moved again and stood in another position. At this time, the 4 dawn armors formed 4 corners, sandwiching the evil spirit emperor in the center. Little Yez, brother, had also seen the other 2 mecha pilots through the connected built-in screen. As the eldest sister of the 4, the woman named Gamma, in addition to being older, did not think that she gave people a calm feeling. As for the driver of the 4th battle suit, he gave people a gloomy feeling, and his bangs covered his eyes. The Wraith Emperor casually put the black greatsword down, looked around, and chuckled. It seems that once a hero's heart is awakened, it will quickly trigger a miracle. However, it's not enough to simply bestow the hero's heart on these pieces of scrap metal. Evil Spirit Emperor, this is the final attack of the humans. In the first war, the big sister Gamma raised the spear of the 4. "I'll play with you a bit." The evil Spirit Emperor instantly raised the large black sword in his hand. At this time, the dark red vortex in the sky madly surged. Within the vortex, figures began to appear one after another. There was the evil spirit Titan that had fought before. They were even larger than the evil spirit Titan. There were also the kingdom's evil spirit knights. They pierced through the clouds and descended, forming a black mass. Bang, 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 bang. The moment the evil spirit country's army descended, a series of cannons appeared above the army of the evil spirit country. It was the humans' resistance army. The resistance army had finally arrived after the dawn armors. Hundreds of fighter jets and a huge warship galloped in the sky. Little friend, the war belongs to the adults. Wait for the right time and find a place, little friend. Where is he? The 3rd pilot, Caliana, turned around and saw that the 5th Karos had already disappeared. He already slipped away? Caliana quickly looked at the radar system in the cockpit and found that Karos was already several hundred meters away and was still accelerating, dumbfounded. It's another page world that can destroy heaven and earth. In the corner of the broken dormitory building, a woman wearing an ice blue robe and a crown, coldly sized up the fast-forwarded scene. She could not help but frown. The person who wrote the Book of Gaia is really— The woman shook her head. Her gaze fell on the 4 dawn armors and thoughtfully said, "These 4 women have also appeared in this world," according to the guide she had gathered from the Book of Gaia. Each page world had 6 fixed characters. The female lead, the male lead, as well as Qingtian, Kaz, Azure Bird, and Toad, Taramaru. However, in addition to these 6 fixed characters, a portion of the page worlds would also have these 4 women's characters appear: Kaliana, Meshi, Gamma, and Renina. In that case, even if this page world is not a special page, it is still an extremely important page. The woman narrowed her eyes. I must obtain it. At this moment, the woman's expression suddenly changed. In front of her, there was the Wraith Emperor, the army of the Demon Kingdom, the last force of the human resistance, but in addition, there was a huge pillar of light that suddenly shot into the sky. The appearance of the pillar of light seemed to suppress the terror brought by the Wraith army in an instant. The illumination of the light brought about an unprecedented excitement. Within the huge pillar of light, a 6-winged angel was slowly rising up while carrying a young girl. This is holy light. How can this be? The woman's expression changed again and again. Under the illumination of the pillar of light, traces of black mist appeared on her face. My name is Metatron, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Heaven. The voice that sounded like a sigh was scattered with the wind. The Wraith Emperor, the army of the Demon Kingdom. The human resistance could not help but look at the huge pillar of light, looking at the 6-winged angel. The 6-winged angel looked at the sky and the world with pity. Then golden tears fell from his eyes, falling on the face of the young girl in his arms. At this moment, the young girl was no longer breathing. Only a smile of relief remained on her face. In an instant, the holy light, which was originally inspiring and warm, suddenly became like the light of hell. The young angel's 6 pure white wings were instantly dyed gray. The young man said softly, I am Metatron, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Heaven, but I can't even save a young girl. What's the point of me being the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Heaven? Endless black feathers rained down from the sky. Chapter 2173. It was late at night, only the light in the living room was on, and the shadows on the TV screen kept changing. Suddenly, what is this? Why did the angel come out? Is there something wrong with the scriptwriter's brain? Unknowingly, the girl suddenly appeared behind the sofa. She was holding 2 bags of potato chips and a 2L bottle of Happy Drink. She probably sneaked out of the room to look for food. Didn't you say you were going to sleep? Boss Luo turned around and asked calmly, I can't sleep. The girl shrugged and climbed over from behind the sofa. She sat on the other side of the sofa, crossed her legs, and opened the bag of potato chips, not caring that this unhealthy behavior would attract her brother's scolding. What's this show called? I don't think I've seen a similar introduction. The girl asked curiously, as an artist self-proclaimed, and as a young girl who had once thought of making her own debut. She was quite familiar with film and television culture, but right now, she didn't have any impression of it at all. But what was being broadcasted at this time was probably a late-night restricted drama. My brother and I secretly watched late-night restricted TV shows in the middle of the night. What? I didn't think too much. The girl blushed and continued to eat potato chips. Boss Luo smiled. I don't know, I just saw it when I opened it. Oh. The girl nodded casually. She didn't watch the beginning and didn't know what would happen later. She just saw her brother sitting here and watching the show attentively, not paying attention to her as usual, so she was not used to it. Is this woman already dead? The girl blinked. The angel is the male lead? He looks quite handsome. If you want him to be the lead, he may be the lead. Boss Luo suddenly said. The girl blinked her eyes and looked at her brother in a daze. You seem a little strange today. You were the same after dinner. Boss Luo made a shushing gesture and pointed at the screen. The girl rolled her eyes impatiently and muttered, "It's okay to be so well-behaved during dinner, but you have to be so serious when watching TV. You're not interesting at all." It was a cohabitation life, but it was like two parallel lines. "We must respect these actors," Boss Luo said softly. "In this world, they have given their all. You can go and write the movie review, Mr. Dojiang." The girl muttered again, but she quickly put away her thoughts and focused her attention on the screen. "What do you think the ending will be?" The girl said subconsciously, "I know, it must be, It must be something." The young girl gradually became absent-minded, and her hands unconsciously stopped eating. She hesitated and said, "I don't know either." "Then let's wait and see." Boss Luo said softly, "I won't go to school tomorrow anyway." The girl's expression became strange. Brother, it seemed like he really didn't care about the fact that he was going to drop out of school. What's wrong with him today? Of course. She had already come out in her shorts, but he didn't even look at her. What is that? Inside the bridge fortress of the Human Resistance Army, the Resistance Army leaders stared blankly at the screen, at the six-winged, gray-feathered young man in the pillar of light. The endless black feathers fell like black snow, giving people a sense of cold despair. It was different from the feeling of terror that the Wraith Emperor brought. This was despair, sorrow, and an unbearable feeling that made one's heart feel suffocated. Could it be the power hidden in the ruins? One of the leaders suddenly said, "Could it be that Qing Tian discovered something in the ruins?" "Perhaps." Another leader said uncertainly, 20 years ago, when the wraiths appeared, the world fell into panic. But even now, we still don't know much about the wraiths and the secrets of the ruins. Angels may have been born in response to the wraith's power. But why does this young angel look not merciful at all? The voices of discussion gradually increased. The battlefield between the Human Resistance Army and the Kingdom of Ghosts entered a strange state of truce because of the appearance of this mysterious, six-winged young man. He attracted not only the attention of the Human Resistance Army, but also the attention of the army of the Kingdom of Ghosts. Those wraiths, giant dragons, and titans couldn't think on their own. They were all under the control of the kingdom's wraith knights. The ones who really cared about this six-winged young man were the wraith knights and the emperor of the wraiths, His Majesty Kaz. Pretending to be mysterious, a cold snort sounded in the army, accompanied by a scarlet wind that attacked Metatron. In the scarlet wind, there was a wraith-like wraith with wings on her arms. The sixth Wraith Knight of the Kingdom of Ghosts. The Wraith Knights were very powerful. Every Wraith Knight had the power to fight against the Dawn armor in its normal state. Sometimes the Wraith Knight's mobility was even better. They were about to meet. The kingdom's sixth malevolent Ghost Knight swiftly swung his claws, and a giant, scarlet claw instantly appeared above the head of the young man who called himself Metatron. However, the young man was still holding the girl in his arms, whose fate was unknown. He didn't seem to notice the appearance of the scarlet claw, until the moment the terrifying scarlet claw was about to touch him, it suddenly disappeared. The moment the giant scarlet claw made contact with the young man's body, it actually dispersing into black feathers. It was as if it was originally made up of black feathers. After smashing into a person, it would immediately disperse and not cause any pain. How could this be? The sixth ghoul knight of the kingdom was shocked, but at that moment Metatron suddenly raised its eyes and looked straight at him. At the instant their gazes met, the sixth evil ghost knight of the kingdom instantly dispersed into black feathers. It fell. It was like a magician's eye-catching magic trick on a stage. Silently, without anyone noticing, a living person was taken away, leaving behind a pile of feathers. However, below the stage there was no enthusiastic applause, not even cheering or whistling. The people of the Human Resistance Army all sucked in a breath of cold air. They continued to fight against the malevolent ghosts that brought terror to the world. No one knew better than them how terrifying the malevolent ghosts, especially the evil ghost knights, were. How did he do it? Caliana could not help but open the cockpit of Althea, so wide that it was as wide as a big mushroom. However, at that moment, her companion beside her, Renina, who was piloting the fourth war equipment, Alpha, suddenly pressed down the great sword of the war equipment. The great sword was also a weapon with long-range shooting ability. Strictly speaking, it should be a huge sword cannon. Just as everyone and the malevolent ghosts were shocked by the death of the sixth evil ghost knight, the pilot of Alpha suddenly launched an attack. The sword cannon shot out from the great sword, shooting straight into the sky. Target: the evil ghost emperor, Kaz. Boom! The huge sword cannon instantly hit the back of the evil ghost emperor. The resulting impact spread out and covered the entire area. In response, Caliana could not help but widen her eyes. I knew you were a gloomy guy, but right now, I am willing to say that you are the best. Renina, I love you to death. If I can make it back alive tonight, I will go to your room. Enough nonsense. The evil ghost emperor is not dead yet. The gloomy girl in Alpha's cockpit suddenly said, Prepare for battle! That six-wing guy's origin is unknown. We still have to rely on ourselves. After the sword cannon's attack, just as Renina had said, the Wraith Emperor did not die. In fact, this unexpected attack only managed to stain the Wraith Emperor's back a little black. However, this was like a signal for the battlefield to start up again. The kingdom's evil ghost knights instantly attacked the human resistance army. The evil ghost dragons galloping in the sky only went after the last warship of the human resistance army. Seeing this, Gamma and Meshi rode their war suits back to defend. As for Ankarina and Renina, they stayed on the surface to face the evil ghost titans' attacks. The human resistance army's fighter jets and tanks, as well as other combat units, began to resist with the Dawn armor as the center. The artillery fire was continuous, and the orphanage area that was once like a paradise was instantly turned into scorched earth. In this intense battlefield, the evil ghost emperor crossed his arms and looked at the six-winged young man in front of him. From the beginning to the end, the evil ghost emperor did not care about the Dawn armor, that only had the heart of a hero. Even Renina's sneak attack did not catch the evil ghost emperor's attention. All of his thoughts were on the six-winged young man, Metatron. However, Metatron's gaze was not on the evil ghost emperor. He was currently looking down at the area below. Below the area, there was nothing worth paying attention to as it should be. You actually care about those insignificant lives? The evil ghost emperor suddenly opened his mouth. The evil ghost emperor could easily sense that Metatron's gaze seemed to be searching for those children trapped in the area. There should not be many left after being ravaged by the flames of war of this degree. Actually, I don't really like naughty children. Metatron shook his head lightly. However, this is her final wish. She, the young girl in his arms. She was serene, but her face was dim, as if she was not dead yet. Even the evil ghost emperor could not determine the current state of this young girl. Is she very important to you? The evil ghost emperor asked curiously. A self-deprecating smile suddenly appeared on Metatron's face. After all, she is the only one who is willing to believe in someone as unreliable as me. You are very strong. The evil ghost emperor was silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, I can sense that you possess an unknown power that is not inferior to mine. If we were to fight, many things would be destroyed. Indeed, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Metatron's face once again. The current me is actually said to be just not inferior to you. The evil ghost emperor was silent again. He could not figure out the origin of this six-winged young man. The power of heroes and the power of wraiths, the two most powerful powers in the world. When did such a mysterious unknown appear in this world outside of this place? So be it, Metatron shook his head. After all, that is the truth right now. It is good to see the situation clearly, the evil ghost emperor said indifferently. High-level powers make it easier to rule. There is no need to destroy things that are easily obtainable. just because of fighting. I am not a god of destruction. I can share this world with you. That is true, Metatron said faintly. As long as I have half a world like this as a foundation, I should be able to recover quite a bit of my power very quickly. Then I can fight back and beat up those bastards from Blazing Heaven Palace. Thinking about it this way, it seems to be quite satisfying. You have an enemy? The evil Ghost Emperor chuckled. If you and I work together, there is nothing in this world that can stop us. Then Metatron looked at the evil Ghost Emperor. The evil Ghost Emperor was subconsciously looking forward to it. Take my sword first. Metatron suddenly swung his arm. Instantly, countless black feathers gathered in Metatron's hand to form a gigantic sword of feathers, which was swung straight at the evil Ghost Emperor. You! The evil Ghost Emperor was both shocked and furious. He hurriedly raised the black, great sword in his hand to block. The sword of wings had forcefully sunk the evil Ghost Emperor several meters into the ground. You don't know what's good for you. I didn't want to either. Metatron expressionlessly raised his arm again, raising the sword of feathers once more. But I don't want the only one who still believes in me to scold me behind my back. Sword of feathers slash. If Celia knew about this, she would definitely scold me to death. Sword of feathers raise. Sword of feathers slash. The evil Ghost Emperor was slashed to the ground again and again by the sword. His legs had completely sunk into the ground, and there was even a huge gap in the black, great sword in his hand. He was in a very sorry state. You shouldn't be at this level. Metatron stared at the malevolent Emperor expressionlessly. Show me what you're really capable of. I'm feeling particularly irritated right now. I just want to fight to my heart's content, then deal with a certain rat hiding in the dark. As he said that, the six-winged youth's gaze suddenly moved to a certain corner of the broken dormitory building. He found me? In the dormitory building, the expression of the woman in the ice-blue robe changed slightly. That gaze seemed to have appeared directly in front of her. Impossible! You should have already used Holy Fall! Gritting her teeth, the woman in the ice-blue robe opened the Book of Gaia in her hand again and said sternly, Even if I have to consume more than half of the power of the Book of Gaia, I will completely suppress you here. The earth shook. However, the source of the shaking did not come from the Book of Gaia in the woman's hand. The shaking appeared before the power of the Book of Gaia was released. This was also not the shaking caused by Metatron and the evil Ghost Emperor. This shaking actually came from the depths of the earth. Ruins. Chapter 2174. Within the dark red vortex, terrifying evil spirits kept emerging. Within the park, Kairos was carrying several unconscious children. He found a gymnasium and hid behind it. After Kairos sat down, he wanted to see if he could block it. Brother, aren't you going to help? It is useless to go now, brother said calmly. At the very least, we need to take care of Ah Wong and the others. Besides, these strange adults should be able to block it for a while. Moreover what? Lilia asked curiously. Brother said helplessly, I am not too familiar with this big fellow. I don't even know how many functions it has. I need some time to figure it out. Moreover, it seems like it does not have enough energy. As he said that, brother pointed at a red button on the control screen. It was almost completely empty. Lilia stuck out her tongue. If it suddenly stops, we will be in big trouble. Brother nodded his head. Then he pressed his hands on the control ball. This thing seems to be able to be controlled with thoughts. Thoughts! I should be able to communicate with the blue bird on the screen, right? With that thought in mind, a ring suddenly shot out from the cockpit seat, covering the eyes of Lilia's brother. The translucent ring began to flash with various data and words at this time. He was digesting the information with his astonishing memory and comprehension ability. Weapon system, armor system, propulsion mode, energy supply explanation, cockpit ejection. Forced braking effect, self-destruct mode, Confirming his experience in fighting against Awang and the other evil spirits, Titan, he was frantically absorbing the information. When her brother was concentrating on something, she liked to silently accompany him by his side in her world. It seemed as though just seeing her brother was enough. Taramaru was in her arms, and from time to time she would play with his furry palms, found a way to replenish energy. Brother was delighted. Then a strange expression appeared on his face. Under the park, there is a suitable energy source for replenishing energy. Brother, it seems that we need to go underground. Xiao Ya's older brother thought quickly and said, "It's obvious that controlling this big guy will make him an obvious target. But if we don't have it, I'm afraid we'll soon die under those stray bullets. We can only replenish our energy." After saying that, little Ye's brother quickly tapped on the screen. Soon, a small tablet the size of 2 palms was ejected from the control panel. On it was a scan of the underground area of Kairos. It showed the complete underground structure of the park and marked the locations of suitable energy sources. After taking out the tablet, Xiaoya, big brother, pressed another button under the cockpit. The seat started to move back and open. Then, a set of light combat armor appeared in front of the siblings. "Let's put them here for now." However, when Big Brother put on the light armor and prepared to bring Little Ye out of the cockpit, the control panel suddenly cracked open. On the cracked control panel, a polyhedral crystal automatically appeared. At the same time, Kairos entered a state of complete stagnation. Big Brother pondered for a while and stuffed the crystal into his hand. Then he picked up Little Ye and jumped out of the cockpit. Relying on the ability of the light combat armor, he quickly rushed toward the nearest underground passage on the map. Following the leader of Qingtian into the depths of the temple ruins, senior sister, Yulia, couldn't help but recall the time when she was a newbie in the Void Dimension and followed a group of veterans to explore the Void Dimension's hidden treasures. It was good to be a bystander, especially when she was able to be a bystander all the way to the end. Of course, this time, she probably wouldn't be able to complete the bystander achievement. Senior sister, Yulia, suddenly asked, "What are these murals on the wall? What is it about in the past?" The leader of Qingtian used the equipment on his wrist to illuminate the area and said, "According to our research, this painting should be depicting the ancient civilization. It should depict the origin of evil spirits and the war between humans and evil spirits." Senior sister, Yulia, subconsciously looked up at the ceiling and saw that the entire dome was a huge and completed painting. "This painting looks like the starry sky." She suddenly had an indescribable feeling. The painting on the dome was indeed huge, but at the same time, it gave her the feeling that she was in the void dimension. The starry sky was vast and mortals were tiny. In the endless starry sky, there was a huge whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, senior sister, Yulia saw an ancient eye. It wasn't the left eye or the right eye, it was a perfectly symmetrical eye. The moment senior sister, Yulia, made eye contact with the eye, she instantly lost her sense of direction in the starry sky until her body suddenly shook. "Don't look at that eye." Back then, because of this eye, there were several people in the excavation team who lost their consciousness and became vegetative. The leader of Fersky quickly said, "Back then, because of this eye, several people in the excavation team lost their consciousness and became vegetative." Senior sister, Yulia, immediately shivered as a black soul. At this moment, she actually had a feeling that her whole body was covered in cold sweat. Her thoughts were still in a sluggish state. She felt as if she had been lost in the starry sky for thousands of years in that short exchange of glances with him. "Thank you." Senior sister, Yulia, slowly exhaled. The leader of Qingtian nodded and didn't say anything. He directly pushed open a door. Based on the terrain observed from the outside, the center of the temple in the ruins should be behind this door. "What's inside?" "I don't know." The leader of Qingtian said in a deep voice, 20 years ago, we didn't have time to open this door. But it seems to have been opened a long time ago. It's cats. The leader of Qingtian thought for a while and said, maybe it opened it later. It must be very concerned about the thing behind this door. The door was slowly pushed open. What came into view was a spacious hall. In the center of the hall, there was a huge light circle with a diameter of about 20 meters. In the center of the light circle, there was a statue kneeling on one knee with its head lowered. It looked like a guard. Senior sister, Yulia, couldn't help but frown. The leader of Qingtian quickly walked into the hall. As he walked, he looked around the hall. However, except for the statue in the center, there was nothing else in the hall. Senior sister, Yulia, looked up and found that on the dome of this hall there was also a completely symmetrical eye. Moreover, this eye was clearer and more realistic. She was so scared that she quickly lowered her gaze and quickly followed the leader of Qingtian. Except for this statue, there is nothing else here. Senior sister, Yulia, frowned and said, the door has already been opened. It seems that if there was anything in here, it would have been taken away long ago. Is it futile? How can this be? The leader of Qingtian came in front of the statue in a daze and muttered to himself, how can there be nothing here? He was on the verge of despair and suddenly fell to the ground. As if he was possessed, he said, impossible. It's impossible that there is nothing here. I know cats. If there was nothing here, it wouldn't have spent so much effort to build a facility on the ground. If it wasn't afraid of this temple, it would have destroyed it long ago. Where is it? Where is it? Leader, do you want me to give you some peace and quiet? However, the leader of Qingtian obviously couldn't hear her. He just stared blankly at the statue in front of him. Senior sister, Yulia, thought for a while and said, this statue seems to have appeared on the murals outside. I remember that the guy represented by this statue seemed to be fighting with evil spirits. Maybe this statue can be activated? The leader of Qingtian subconsciously looked at Yulia and frowned. Do you know how to activate it? I don't know. Yulia shook her head. I just said it casually. No. The leader of Qingtian suddenly stood up, and his face lit up with hope. It's completely possible. You know the dawn armor, right? The power of the dawn armor comes from the ruins. However, the reality is that we humans have yet to fully exploit their powers. We tried our best to make the armor as a carrier of this power, but we can only activate a small part of its power. Maybe someone is here. Senior sister, Yulia, suddenly frowned and grabbed the excited leader of Qingtian and pulled him to her side. At the same time, a black shadow instantly fell to the ground. The ground cracked, showing the strength of the fall. Turning around, he went straight to the entrance of the hall. At this moment, there stood a crimson creature with a pair of wings on its back and a sharp horn on its head. The thing that was thrown out just now was actually this creature's tail. Evil Spirit Knight, Phoenix. The leader of Qingtian immediately recognized the newcomer. Why are you here? It's not why I am here, but you just happened to come to me. The dark red creature sneered. Before this, I was working here. Mr. Leader of the Human Resistance Army, I finally see you. You really care about the things in the temple, the leader of Qingtian said calmly. Even if you know, it doesn't matter. Phoenix walked in step by step. The great evil spirit emperor is outside. The last attack of your human resistance army will be destroyed soon. Even if you come here, you can't do anything. Everything will be over soon. The leader of Qingtian took out the pistol he always carried with him. However, when the bullet hit the evil spirit knight Phoenix, it couldn't even scratch its dark red skin. At this moment, Phoenix, as tail stretched out again and instantly coiled around the waist of Qingtian leader. Seeing that the leader of Qingtian was about to be swept away, senior sister, Yulia, hurriedly tightened her grip. However, she couldn't pull the other party away. This damn black soul body, apart from turning into mist and being almost immune to physical attacks, It didn't give her any buffs on pure strength. However, after capturing the leader of Qingtian, Phoenix obviously didn't intend to stop. Soon, its gaze fell on Yulia. Another black shadow shot out like a bolt of lightning. "You're still hiding a tail?" Senior sister Yulia immediately cursed. "You're so shameless. Insidious fellow." This time, Phoenix's tail directly wrapped around Yulia's body. The tail suddenly tightened, and Yulia's body was instantly cut into two halves. How can this be? The leader of Qingtian instantly widened his eyes in shock and fear. However, the evil spirit knight frowned. "Why is this human woman so fragile? I didn't want to strangle her to death at all. No, there's no blood." At this moment, the two halves of Yulia's body that had fallen to the ground suddenly floated up at the same time. In the next moment, the upper and lower halves directly turned into two clouds of gray mist. The mist projectile shot out like two long snakes of mist, instantly entangling the malevolent ghost rider. "What is this?" The evil spirit knight instinctively wanted to disperse the two clouds of mist. However, no matter how it attacked, it was indeed like hitting the air. At this moment, the mist instantly coiled around Phoenix's neck and began to condense. It was like an iron clamp, strangling the evil spirit's neck until the blood vessels began to expand. "You infuriated me." Accompanied by an angry roar, Phoenix's body actually burned with blazing flames. Within the blazing flames, there was even a violent fluctuation. In the air, Yulia's figure suddenly appeared as she screamed strangely. The appearance of the blazing flames forced her to let go of the other party, and she was directly blasted away by the violent fluctuation. In an instant, she gathered again in the air. Other than her expression being a little embarrassed, she was not seriously injured. However, at this time, she did not approach again. "It seems that you are afraid of fire." At this time, the evil spirit knight raised its palm. The flames on its palm seemed to have become more vigorous. Yulia was now silent. She was not afraid of fire, but that strange, violent fluctuation was not something that the black soul body was immune to much damage. Attack the evil spirit crystal on its forehead. At this time, the leader of Qingtian forcefully grasped the thing on its neck and blurted out loudly, "Every evil spirit knight has the power of the evil spirit crystal bestowed by cats. Destroy it." "You should have said so earlier." Yulia immediately rolled her eyes. At this time, Phoenix coldly snorted and swung its tail, directly throwing the leader of Qingtian away. The leader of Qingtian, who was thrown away, crashed into the wall. Her entire body was actually embedded in the wall. The moment Qingtian was thrown away, the evil spirit knight also attacked. In front of Yulia, the evil spirit knight arrived in a flash. Clenching its fists tightly, it ruthlessly struck her body like a heavy cannon. In an instant, Yulia was smashed to the ground. "Even if you have a weakness, as long as you can't touch me, it's not a weakness." After saying this, the moment Yulia crawled up, the evil spirit knight once again appeared at an extremely fast speed and punched her abdomen. The power of the fist, the violent power, and the blazing flames all blasted her body together, instantly turning her into a fireball and sending her flying backward. However, the evil spirit knight didn't have the slightest joy of hitting her. Instead, it frowned. The fireball that flew backward was quickly extinguished, and it didn't burn anything at all. "I hate people who fight hand to hand the most." The voice came from behind. The evil spirit knight suddenly turned around, only to see Yulia slightly open her hands at this time. At the same time, circles of purple-red halos quickly spread out under her feet. In the air, countless mysterious marks swam as if they were alive. An ominous feeling instantly arose in the evil spirit knight's heart. Without waiting to see what would happen next, the evil spirit knight, Phoenix, attacked again, aiming to take the heart of this mysterious woman in front of it. Bang! The claws that could easily tear through steel were blocked by a cube pillar that suddenly appeared. a cube that shot out from the floor in an instant. The evil spirit knight's gaze focused, only to see a ripple suddenly appear on the floor. Then, in a breath, dozens or even hundreds of cube pillars protruded. What kind of ability is this? The evil spirit knight stopped in midair with some bewilderment. Its ominous feeling was actually getting stronger and stronger. What kind of ability? You, Leah, sneered. Soon you will know the consequences of offending a great teacher of star creation. Beat me up? I won't let you escape this temple even if you have your life. Smash this bastard to death for me. Great Hall. At this time, huge stone fists emerged from the walls of the great hall one after another. The fists madly smashed toward the evil spirit knight, Phoenix. Each stone fist was about 1 cubic meter in size. Seeing dozens of stone fists swinging toward it, the evil spirit knight could still reach out and block 1 or 2. But when the number reached dozens, it was actually somewhat unable to take care of itself. Finally, a stone fist directly smashed into its back, and the evil spirit knight instantly lost its balance. Seeing this, the stone fist swarmed forward. At this time, it was like a rubber ball, constantly hitting in the air, and couldn't even land on the ground. What kind of person are you? In the distance, the Qingtian leader pulled its body out of the wall with difficulty and fell to the ground. It looked absent-mindedly at Yulia, who was in the middle of the complex and arcane rune vortex, with a face full of disbelief. At this time, Yulia suddenly waved her hand. The stone fists stopped one after another, but the dome and floor of the great hall suddenly protruded from above and below, directly pressing down on the evil spirit knight. Crack! A cloud of blood mist instantly erupted out. You can control the temple? The Qingtian leader looked at her in horror. Yulia's expression was cold at this time, and there was no trace of a smile on her face. She looked at the Qingtian leader and said indifferently, I just made this temple my servant. You. The Qingtian leader seemed to want to say something. At this time, Yulia waved her hand again, and the 2 huge stone fists instantly loosened their grip. The evil spirit knight Phoenix had turned into a pile of meat paste. However, the meat paste was still moving, and its cells were still very active. Yulia snorted coldly and hooked her finger, and an earth spike instantly shot out, picking out a black crystal from the meat paste. The black evil spirit crystal finally fell into the hands of Yulia. She didn't even think about it before she crushed the crystal. What are you doing? The Qingtian leader yelled in surprise. Yulia said indifferently, I'm eliminating all future troubles. Don't you know that we can study the evil spirit's power by studying the evil spirit crystal? Yulia didn't seem to hear him. At this moment, complicated purple-red runes flashed around her again. At the same time, the entire great hall began to shake. As if the earth and mountains were shaking, the Qingtian leader had to lie on the ground to stabilize himself. What are you doing this time? Of course. Yulia narrowed her eyes and revealed a bright smile. Let's fight our way up. In the narrow underground tunnel, gravel and dust kept falling down. Even though they were wearing light armor, it was difficult for them to move forward in this environment. Little Ye's brother couldn't help but frown. He could only protect his little sister's body more carefully and move forward at a faster speed. When the tunnel began to shake and seemed like it would collapse at any moment, he had thought of retreating. It was a pity that the way back was blocked. He could only take his sister and walk into the darkness. Brother, there's light ahead. I see it. The light armor shot out from the back, and the 2 of them rushed out of the tunnel that was about to collapse. Soon, a huge crater appeared in front of them. On the other side of the crater, there was a huge tunnel above the crater. It seemed like it had just been broken through by force. What the hell? Relying on the light armor's propulsion system, the 2 of them glided in the huge crater and observed it. Soon, a series of rapid noises came from the armor. Little Ye's brother controlled the armor, and stopped at the bottom of the crater. They saw some ostrich egg-sized oval silver crystals in the crater. I found it. The energy source. Little Ye's brother dug out one of the oval crystals and held it in his hand to observe it. We can leave now. Little Ye? Brother, the ground seems to be broken through. At this moment, Little Ye looked up and pointed at the huge cave above the crater. At this moment, they could see the dark red vortex under the night sky. Just in time. We can return to the surface from here. Little Ye's brother couldn't help but feel relieved. Let's go. Little Ye's brother subconsciously reached out to hold his sister, but he caught nothing. At this time, Xiaoye slowly walked to the center of the deep pit. While walking, the Tarangamaru plushie that she had been holding in her arms had unknowingly fallen to the ground. Little Ye is sick again? Little Ye's brother looked serious. Unexpectedly at this time. At this moment, Little Ye had entered the special state of listener again. In this state, unless Little Ye woke up by herself, he couldn't do anything about it. He subconsciously looked at the direction Little Ye was walking. What Xiaoye was approaching was actually an altar-like object buried at the bottom of the deep pit. The source, the little girl murmured. Ah, dash! On the sofa, the girl suddenly screamed. At the same time, she covered her head with both hands and fell to the ground in pain. The light on the TV screen was still flickering. Boss Luo's calm expression changed a little. Brother, my head hurts so much. It hurts so much. Help me, it hurts so much. When Boss Luo picked up the girl who fell to the ground, she had fainted. Luocho glanced at the TV screen, remaining silent for a moment. Finally, he chose to turn off the TV and carried the girl into the room. Was I too aggressive? He put the girl on the bed and gently held her cheek, saying in a low voice, I'm sorry. The painful expression on the girl's face gradually eased and disappeared.